Good evening, TBK Roleplay. Welcome to the stream. Tonight we are playing By the Old Oak Tree, a one-shot adventure written by yours truly. I am Osarix Franco, your enthusiastic GM tonight, and with me is a fantastic group of adventurers. Players, please, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and go around and answer me the following question about your character. What is one item that your character could not do without?
Luca, you're first.
Yes.
I am first. Hi, I'm Luke Locke. I play Eviope Agathis, the drow half-elf. And you said one thing, but now it's one item. So
One
I'm
thing,
going
one
with
item,
the original one
same.
thing.
That's perfect.
Eviope would be lost without her god, which is Zephyrus, the god of slight breezes. Not to be confused with Flatulus, the Ephebian god of winds.
They get commonly confused in some liturgies.
HP, what about you?
It's true.
I will be playing Hishek, the Kinku wizard. And the one thing that Hishek would be lost without is the small notebook that they keep with them, where they record all the last words that they buy. No one's entirely sure why, but for 5 silver pieces, Hishek will come and record your last words.
Right, so I'm Chrissy and I'm playing Harp LaForge, a very small robot friend who...
Not a Warforged, a small robot friend.
A small robot friend. A very small robot friend. Not quite, but I think they would be lost without... they stand at about 3.5 feet tall, so they are fairly small. And behind them, they drag on a string a tiny little cannon. It looks like a toy cannon. Looks like it's made of wood, but it is not. Next up.
Hello, my name is Proper Nerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game master, and designer. And tonight I'll be playing Coburg. He is a sourdough dragon. He is based off of art by Devin L. Kurtz of a little dragon whose hoard is a pile of bread. It's very cute. He's also based off of Dragonborn, but we're going to pretend that he's an actual little tiny dragon, about the same size as what is your character's name? Chrissy? Harp. Yes, there we go. About the same size as Harp, and they are traveling companions. And one thing that Coburg could not go without is he has a thick leather-bound recipe book that is filled with little notes that he has scrawled in it, recipes that he has collected on his adventuring. It is stuffed with little like memorabilia, like feathers and flowers and little portraits, and like the entire thing from cover to cover is stained in flour and oil and all kinds of chocolate messes because of it's always up when he's baking something. And so his little recipe book is strapped to his back at all times, and he would be lost without it.
I am enamored and love this visual so many. It hurts to even think about.
Right?
Chat, thank you for joining us tonight. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and take us to a small town called Springsong. Springsong is a very tight-knit farming community nestled in a valley that's neighboring a large forest that stretches into the rolling hills. Harp and Coburg, you are very familiar with Springsong. In fact, it's where you herald from. And unfortunately, you have received some sad news. You each from relevant ties to Springsong. Coburg, you heard from Jeremy the baker and harp from Steve the Tinkerer that one Balfam Copperhearth had in fact suddenly passed away. Balfam was a very affluent farmer, a pillar of the community, and his passing has truly shell-shocked the town of Springsong. And though you were out adventuring around, you thought that it was pertinent that you return home to be with your loved ones. Luca, say your character's name. Eviope?
Eviope.
Eviope, thank you. Eviope, you, on one hand, were out attending to your grave cleric business and received a reluctant call for some locals in need of a cleric for the grave site. Theirs was away on other business and with such short notice, unable to return. And so you were called in to attend to the grave. Hashtag, you were passing through when this was happening and were able to catch some time with Balfam in his final moments, as is your design. The four of you have attended the service and kind of caught each other's eyes over the grave to notice that, oh, in fact, you are all adventurers, and given each other nods. Perhaps you've seen each other on the road. At the end of the funeral, you find yourself returning to the Three Claw Tavern, the only tavern in Springsong. It is bustling with different people as they come in and out after the service. The tone is somber, but there's also an edge in the air, as if something is terribly wrong. You all find a seat, and tell me, players, what do you do in this tavern?
I will walk in straight towards the bar, kind of oblivious to anyone around me, probably jostling people, completely unaware. My boots are caked with mud and very loosely tied, and I will just go in and order a small glass of some kind of fruit juice.
A small half-elfin boy will look at you with wide eyes and look back at the bar, the doors leading back to the kitchen nervously, and look at you again. Juice? Any kind of juice?
Fruit juice.
Okay, fruit juice. I'm sorry. And he leans in, very nervous, looking around. Do you know if cherries are a fruit?
Sarah
I
coming for the
believe they
Harpers.
are a stone fruit.
So they technically count, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, whew. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll get that really quick. And this young man darts away, slinking quickly to get you your juice. Hashtag, what are you doing?
Hashek is going to walk into the tavern, has his or their staff in one hand, slowly make their way over to the bar, perch upon one of the bar stools, quite literally, legs tucked up underneath them. Very gently place the staff that has a obvious human skull on top with a spine wrapped over with the tailbone carved to look like a bird skull, sideways on the table. Looks around, catches Eviope's eye for a moment, and goes, "Arr! Just give me my goddamn drink and get out of here." Arr!
If you have a skull on the top of your staff, Eviope will come over and just kind of... This is a quality skull. Did you get permission from who it belongs to?
Yes, it's my time.
Very good. I shall sit next to you.
Go for it.
Coburg will lead Harp into the Three Claw Tavern, and he will like scrabble to the bar and put his hind paws or his front paws onto the bar top and just yell, "Marguerite, we're home! Please, can you get me something to drink?"
You'll hear a loud grumble from behind the kitchen doors, and instead of the familiar Marguerite, you will see a short halfling man with a sour look on his face come out and look at you, and you will recognize the face of Elrit Threeclaw. He is noticeably a cranky person, and you're a little bit disappointed to see him. He'll grumble a little bit under his breath and go, "Meh, Marguerite's out. It's just me. Aren't you that croissant?"
Croissant. Well, I mean, I do enjoy a good croissant, and they're very difficult to make. So when you do make them right, they are delicious and absolutely amazing when they come out of the oven. The smell, you wouldn't believe the smell. I'm sorry, I'm getting out of hand. Harp and I just returned from some adventuring, and we've had a long day, and obviously the funeral was a bit rough on us, and we were hoping for some drinks. Do you recall Harp's usual order?
Elrit's gonna hop up on a stool and lean down across the bar to look at you, Harp, and just give you kind of a sneer.
Harp will dig into a couple of small, into a satchel, couple small pockets inside the sides of the bag, and no, you know what? Don't worry about me. I have everything I need right here. And you see a tiny small tin of oil, and a few what look like chocolate chip cookies from probably the bakery that Coburg's from. I'm good actually. You don't gotta be a dick about it, but I'm good. Don't worry. And then he'll just kind of like mumble that little bit under her breath a little bit.
Elrit will continue to kind of give you the up and down, frowning, and you'll hear the doors from the kitchen open as a nervous little boy comes out, in his hand a glass full of what can only be assumed is cherry juice. You can see some half smushed cherries floating in it, and Elrit barks, "Hal! What the hell? What is that?" And he will go to kind of accost Hal as he brings out this cherry juice, growling at him and clearly chastising him. Hal will just nod, "Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Threeclaw. Yes, sir," as he holds on to the juice, takes his dues, and then brings that over to you, Eviopi, and here's your juice. I'm sorry it took so long.
Thank you. It is lumpy. I was not expecting that. Thank you.
Oh, we didn't have any fresh, and you seem such a nice lady, so I wanted to make sure I got some fresh. So I couldn't fish all of the lumps out. I hear sometimes that this is a kind of a specialty. We had a real strange traveler come through here and tell me all about lumpies, and maybe that's what this is. I don't know. I honestly, it was just a lot of incoherent babbling, really.
I am sure it is an added feature. Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll hear from the kitchen Elrit bellow, "Hal! Get back here, you!" And Hal will start and go, "Oh, okay, I should be going." And he will dart back into the kitchen. Around you, the tavern is settling in. It's clear that, people are starting to trickle in after the events of the day, and needing to take some time to be. Harp and Coburn, you feel that comfort of home, as this familiarity. It's this is the place that you would come and hang out, and you see some familiar faces as they linger around. Everybody go ahead and roll me perception checks as you kind of settle in.
That is a 10.
Oh no.
I'll go ahead and roll a nat 20 if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Very
Uh,
good. Very good.
So I'm going to start, sorry, Luca, one more time. Eviope? I feel like I'm saying it wrong every time.
A vi.
Eviope.
Oh,
Viope, right.
E-
Hold on, you said it.
Eviope.
Hold on.
I know.
it's Calliope with an EV instead of a C.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Eviope. Okay.
Which you
I
need to
keep-
know how to pronounce Calliope, so that doesn't help really.
Well, we're just gonna roll with it. So
Hold
Eviope.
on, I've got the Eviope. Yep.
Okay.
See, you said
Eviope-
it, and I lost
Yeah,
it.
it's fine. It's all my fault. I take credit for this. Eviope and Coburg, you are looking around and you notice that, there's some different groups. You see a group of farmers who have chosen a table and have fallen into their typical game of cards and seem to be a little bit more demure than normal, which makes sense given the events of the day. Harp, you notice two of the local hunters hunched over some ale. One of them, a halfling woman, has a hand on a human man's shoulder and seems to be trying to comfort him and talk him down. He seems rather agitated. Hashtag, you notice all of these things and you are kind of taking it in, and you also notice on the far end of the tavern, sitting by herself, is a woman dressed in black with a very curious smile on her face as she seems to be watching the events in the tavern unfold.
Hashek will take a look around, and they'll flutter down from their perch on the stool and collect the staff and make their way over to that lonely person in the corner.
Okay. You grab your staff and you head over to where this woman is sitting at a table, just watching the rest of the room with a tankard of ale on the table. And she sees you approach and her grin widens as she goes, "Well, hello there, little bird. Have you come to learn some words?"
Hashek will tilt their head, perch on, without any concern for what any other species may say of being polite or rude or otherwise. Will just immediately perch on the bench across from her, and tilt their head and go, "I've never seen you before. Why are you here on my last day?"
"Well, I've never seen you before either. I could ask you the same." She holds out a hand and introduces herself. "My name is Mira, and my business is my own. I shan't be here long, just stopping by."
"The name is Hashek. We're here to buy your last words."
How delightfully morbid. Tell me, were you able to catch the farmer's last words?
"Yes, it's my time."
Don't feel like sharing them by any chance?
Hashek will ruffle their feathers a bit and take out a small, heavily worn book. It has brown leather along the side of it, worn at the tops and the bottoms. It looks like shelfware from being pulled in and out of a pouch over and over. We'll flip to the very last page. Most of it's blank, but like 3/4 of it. I should say 3/4 of it's still blank. Go to the very last page and go, "If not for the spinach puffs." And close the book kind of reverently, with the utmost sincerity, and tap their beak to it and put it back in their bag.
What a peculiar thing to say. Interesting. A character to the end, it seems. Thank you for sharing. But you might want to be getting back to your party. And she gestures back over to the table, particularly to where the two hunters have sat, kind of hunched over. I think things are about to get exciting.
It was such a pleasure to meet you all. Hashek will jump down. Let's get her back over to the rest.
She winks at you and nods, taking a long drink from her beverage. The rest of you, as you've been sitting there, particularly you, Harp, you've kind of clued into these two hunters, and you've recognized them as local hunters who make their business by selling pelts and meat from the forest animals. The man has become increasingly upset, and his voice is rising as he speaks to his companion. I tell you, Dove, I tell you, there is something going on in there, and it ain't no owlbear. I tell you that much, Dove. I tell you, there ain't no way. You ever seen a ligament that high in a tree like that before? I ain't never seen that. Dove will hush. Now, Phil, it's all right. I know it doesn't make sense, but maybe there's just one real upset, like, you know? It's hard to say anymore. Perhaps there's a weird season. A weird season, Dove? You're really gonna give me that bullshit here and now? I don't know. I don't think we can handle it, but there's something weird going on, and we need to figure it out quick.
Viapi will walk up and just kind of stand right next to them, as if suddenly part of the conversation. A ligament high in a tree.
Oh, hey there. You snuck up real quiet like. Oh, I haven't seen you around here before, but yes, it was right next to a kidney or two, if I recall right. And Dove will be like, Phil, no, come on, that's really morbid for people who aren't used to that kind of talk. And you are looking at Phil, who is a human man. He looks tired, dark circles under his green eyes. He has long black hair and a neat goatee, though it's less neat than you assume he normally keeps it, as he kind of looks up at you. You some kind of ligament expert? Is that why you ask?
Oh, I am a healer, but I am also a member of the Gravediggers Union. Undead rights.
Right. All right. Oh, you were here for the funeral then, I'm supposing, I reckon.
Yes, I served in a small capacity.
The halfling woman will adjust a monocle on her eye and nod at you and say, yes, I was able to make it to the service. You did a wonderful job. Thank you ever so much. The town is very much in your debt. My name is Geldove Stormtrap. This here is Phil Grayswift, as she holds out a hand.
Nice to meet you. I'm sorry if the homily about the ants was a little too much, but I felt that it was relevant.
I do seem to have lost the narrative thread there a little bit towards that part, but I did find the words to be comforting all the same. It was, again, lovely. Thank you. In the meantime, Phil has locked eyes over across the table and is really eyeing and goes, now, hold on a minute here. Is that Harp I see right there? Is that little Harp?
Harp will turn around from the bar stool and just, oh, hey.
Well, I'll be. Harp, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How the hell you been?
Oh, not bad. Yeah, I'll come down and join you. And he'll literally hop off of the bar stool down, dragging his small toy cannon. Her small toy cannon. I don't know why I keep misgendering my own character, but it's fine. We'll just go with it. Behind them, and kind of pull up a seat and kind of shout over their shoulder, Coburg, come on, we're gonna sit over here instead.
You got Coburg too? Oh, now, shit fire, this is gonna be one hell of it. Actually, I think this might be a real nice time. What great time. I think you might be able to help us out real quick.
Who are we chatting with?
You're chatting with Phil Graysweth. And go ahead, both of you, roll me a history check to see how much you remember about Phil.
11.
19.
Damn.
You actually remember Phil really well. He is a little bit rough around the edges. He was married for some time. However, his marriage ended, and it was just left with him and his little girl, Nia. He is a hunter, makes money selling different pelts and meat along the road up to other smaller towns. He's been known to tell a yarn or two, but he has a good heart and is generally well-liked. And I'll also throw in, too, with that high of a roll, Dove is also a hunter. Is very gentle and quiet. And there has been rumors that she, kind of has a thing for Phil. Coburg, you would kind of remember Phil. He'd be someone who would come in and order a particular sweet for his daughter. But that's about all you could remember of him. And other than that he always made sure to pay his bill promptly.
Coburg jumps down as well, but will kind of hide behind Harp a little bit as he approaches, just because he's a little bit unfamiliar.
Yeah, right now, listen here. There's something going on in the woods, right? And you, Harp, remind me, you went out to adventure, didn't you? You and Coburg both.
Yeah, we're just now back.
Oh, well, this is
We've been adventuring for some time now, actually.
Oh, well, this is a fine happenstance, and we could really use your help. And Dove is just kind of shaking her head to the side, kind of rubbing her eyes. See, listen, there's something going on in the woods. The animals, they're gone. There's nothing there. And you go in and there's just chunks of them hanging from the trees, like some kind of weird meat tornado flipped through there.
You mean the wild animals or the domestic animals or all of them?
Anything. I haven't seen nothing living in them woods for about a week now. It's horrific. And Dove's just kind of sitting there looking at you. It could be possible that, we've overhunted and they've simply left. We're not really sure what it is, but it's best not to jump to too many conclusions. It probably is fine. I don't think it's fine, Dove. I don't think man's got to make a living. We're not going to be able to make a living much longer. There's no woods here. Hell, they'll start cutting back them trees soon, and then what are we going to do?
Do you think it's trapped?
Coburg turns to Harp real quick and says, well, adventurers should take on kind of missions like this. Perhaps we should go into the scary woods.
Yep. And Harp's gonna glance around and notice. Now I'm gonna fucking say it wrong.
Eviope.
Okay.
You did it right. Good job.
She's gonna notice Eviope and go, oh, which direction do you happen to be going when you leave here? Just in case we need a cleric.
Oh, I was going to just follow you into the woods to find the body parts, because I would like to find out if they belong to someone and need to be given back or laid to rest.
I'm glad you finished that sentence, because just following us into the woods was rather scary. But thank you for being there for our good friend's funeral service today, and we would love some assistance in going in and investigating this. Sounds like you might know a little more than we do.
Yes, I'm very familiar with body parts.
I don't like that sentence.
That was a strange one.
Hashek will hop up over next to Eviope and go, their name is Hashek. They've come to purchase your last words.
Oh my, this is getting stranger and stranger, Coburg. Stranger and
I don't know.
stranger.
I'm mighty scared, but I mean, I think that's kind of our duty is to face the scary things, right?
Uh-huh.
It
Yep.
was nice to meet you, Hashek.
Oh, his name is Ashek. Okay.
Okay.
As you guys are resorting Hashek's identity, the doors of the tavern will open, and in will walk a large barrel-chested man. He is dark-haired, a square jawline with a well-kept beard and piercing eyes. And as he walks in, the farmers who had been playing the cards at the table will raise a hand in welcome, and you'll feel the tavern kind of lighten a little bit as Thane Netter steps into the bar. He will look around and see everybody and give a wave and a nod. I'm not going to make you roll checks, Harp and Coburg. You will recognize Thane. Thane is the most successful farmer in Springsong. He owns a large farm north of the town, and he employs a lot of folks in town. He is a little bit a superstar here in Springsong. And he will walk in and say, "Hey everybody, how we doing tonight?" As he strides in up to the bar. Dove will kind of wave a hand, and Phil will, "Yeah, hey Thane," as he comes in. "Oh, new faces. Who you got here, Phil?" And Phil will be like, I don't know if we got Harp. You remember Harp and Coburg, don't you? Harp worked over to Steve's. Ain't that right, Harp? And
Oh, yeah.
Coburg is down at the bakery. Makes a fine apple tart. I'll tell you what, my little Nia loved them. And then we've got Hash Check here, and I'm sorry, in Eviope.
Eviope Agatha.
Eviope. Sorry, I'm gonna get that wrong
Grave
every
Diggers
time,
Union.
dear. Grave Diggers Union there, Thane. And Thane will offer a big grin at you all and say, "Well, it's good to have you here. What business brings you Springsong? You don't mind me asking."
Oh, they couldn't find anyone else to do the service.
So they brought in four whole adventures for the funeral service?
Oh no, I was just answering for myself.
Oh, gotcha.
He just came back home because we liked him and wanted to say our last words.
Oh, yeah, Balfam. That was truly a tragedy. Just, happened so quick. Fast like. But no need to worry. His farm will be tended to. Oh, we've already worked up some of the paperwork to get that title transferred, and we'll make sure that that land still is maintained. Yeah.
Can Harp insight check him?
Absolutely, you can.
Never mind.
A 6.
Hey, I'll incite him. I'm from this town. We know each other very well.
Yeah.
Hold on. How about a 21?
A 21. Yeah, so we'll start with Harp 6. He seems like he is conveying an air of calm and confidence, and this is very much in line with what you remember of Thane Netter, a man who knows his business. Coburg, as you're listening to Thane, you are kind of struck by why he took so much interest over 4 adventurers in a bar. It seems a little bit odd, and you'll notice that his eyes are kind of darting to your weapons, and kind of when Phil mentions his daughter Nia, there's a little bit of a wince as he just nods. Right, yeah. Well, that's that's all right. I'm glad to have you here. Phil, are they gonna help you out with your situation you've been on about? And Phil goes, Thane, I reckon they might. I reckon they might be able to get that sorted here shortly, I'm hoping. Head into the woods and figure out what the hay's been going on. Well, this is good news. And in fact, I'd like to help with that if I can. If you are able to find out what's causing all the fuss in there, I'd be happy to pay each of you 100 gold a head if you can bring out the cause of the ruckus.
Do you think it's trapped?
He's
Trap.
becoming
Cause-
more and more insightful.
The ruckus being the body parts spread about the trees.
I mean, if that's what Phil's on about, right? I mean, if there's something in there chewing up through them critters, it's only a matter of time before they start coming after my cows and sheep. And I can't be having that. Can't run a business without my livestock.
100 gold for each of us.
Yeah, I reckon. I mean, if that's not enough to get that sorted, I'm happy to make other accommodations.
I accept this work.
Great, Phil. All right, that's not too bad.
Yep. We'll go too. And I'll kind of pat Coburg on the back, agreeing for them.
Uh,
I
Thing.
trust you, Harp.
Thane will nod and well, it's nice to meet you. Just come by the house once you have the head of whatever it is. You think that didn't it? Dove, don't you think it's an owlbear or something? And Dove go, it could be some kind of large creature. I mean, it's really hard to say one way or the other. And Thane will go, yeah, well, just come up to the big house and we'll talk it through. And he will move to the bar where Elret is kind of standing on a stool waiting patiently for him to approach. Can everybody tell me their passive perceptions?
10.
13.
18.
9.
Harp, you will notice as Thane walks through and you kind of follow him, you see a wicked smile on the woman across the tavern, and you catch eyes and you see that her eyes are locked onto Thane as he moves across, and a wide wolfish grin has spread across her face as she just watches this man talk with Elret.
I will whisper to Coburg, did you see how that woman stared at him? Looks super sketchy.
I see
don't
what?
know who she is. That woman over there, and I'll point. I won't even try to hide it with my robot arm. She is staring at Thane.
You know who she is?
I'm Mira. I could ask the same of you.
Oh, okay. I thought your name was Hashek. There.
No.
This is all getting very confusing. And she will turn to Aviope and go, so is his name Mira or Hashek?
I am fairly certain his name is Hashek.
So
I
the
think
woman
Mira is
Mira.
the name of that woman.
Check. Okay. Yes.
She looks like she wants to eat that man.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, she does.
I lived here for quite a long time, and I don't think anyone ate anyone when I was here.
I
All
am
parts
going
of the
to
world
just
are ever changing.
I am going to just walk up to Mira.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's an owl bear?
Beg your pardon?
Do you think it's an owl bear?
What's an owlbear, darling? I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever is causing the body parts in the trees.
Oh. I've heard some rumors about that as I came into town. Seems like that man over there's upset about it. I'm sure I couldn't say. It's not really my business.
What is your business?
My own.
Understood. And I will just kind of turn and walk away.
Harp, it sounds like she's self-employed. I don't know what that means, though.
It's kind of like what we do. We're self-employed, technically.
Got
Contracted.
it.
More so. We are not in a union, like Aviope has said she is in multiple times. We should think about it, though.
There are a lot of benefits. If you want, I can give you some paperwork, some pamphlets, some brochures about the Gravediggers Union. We do have meetings every Wednesday night. Currently,
It's very
we are
kind of you, Aviope, but we're not gravediggers.
Well, we do have a kind of a goal that we work towards. Well, we do work with grave digging. One of our main purposes within the union is fighting for undead rights. You know, some people choose to stick around, and they shouldn't be condemned for it.
I'll take a pamphlet.
Coburg just looks at you very confused.
Yeah.
He's never thought about his death, let alone his undeath. So while Harp takes the pamphlet, Coburg is just like puzzling in his head.
Yeah, Harp will definitely take the pamphlet and just, I have no idea, and just shoving it into a satchel or a pocket.
Hashek will take a pamphlet, and while they do, they'll go, "Death doesn't frighten me. Being forgotten does."
Okay.
The
God,
pamphlets
that was rough.
have very bright, large lettering that says "undead yes, unperson no." Everything you need to know about undead rights.
Love this. I love everything happening here.
Dove watches as you exchange these pamphlets and goes, well, all right. Well, I'm sure that it's been a long day, and perhaps you can investigate this in the morning. I'll arrange with Elrit for some rooms here, as I'm assuming you're traveling, yes?
Yes.
Brilliant. I can assist with that. But Ebiope, if you wouldn't mind, there's a couple of things. I just have some questions about your line of work. I would love to discuss with you privately as we make that arrangement. Meanwhile, Hal, the tavern boy, has come over to refill your drinks, his eyes wide and scared as he's afraid that at any moment Elrit might scream at him from across the tavern as he's refilling your beverages.
Don't be afraid. This is how it should be.
Oh, okay. Can I get you anything to eat this evening, or just beverages?
I never should have switched from scotch to martinis.
I'm absolutely starving. Can we get some bread, please?
Yes. We do have a few specials this evening. Would you like to hear about them?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, we have a lovely seasonal corn chowder made from local produce, particularly from the Netter farm. We also have some spinach puffs, which are a three-caw family recipe. They are particularly delightful. And then we do have, if you're wanting something a little more hearty, we do have the pork roast that has been cooking for, several days over applewood. Wood. Well, oh no, I goofed that up. Don't tell Elrit.
Those spinach puffs do sound absolutely delicious. And I don't know why I'm thinking about them, but the more I think about them, the more I want them.
Heshek will
Heshek, didn't you
hop up
say
to the
spinach
table and
puffs?
slam their book down on the table, rifle through the pages, and point. Heshek still has fingers and hands. It just kind of wings come down from the wrist. And they're going to point at the very last entry. And I only wrote Balfam. I forgot his last name. But it will say Balfam last name. And
Copperhearth.
Copperhearth. And it'll have Springsong next to it. It will have the date next to it. And beneath, written in a surprisingly fine hand, is a phrase. And Heshek will go, if not for the spinach puffs.
Did you say if
I will
not
try the spinach puffs.
Okay.
Do you think it's trapped?
Yes.
Four orders. 4 orders of spinach puffs, then?
Oh, I don't know if they want any, but I will have some.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the chowder, but yes, I would like to try a spinach puff first of theirs so that they don't die.
No one will die from the spinach puffs. It's just
Points to the line. If not for the spinach puffs.
it's just that he really liked them, and he probably ate too many of them. He was in here all the time getting them. They really was his favorite, and we couldn't get him to stop eating them. It's just his favorite.
Heshek will and it's hard being a Kinku, I'm finding, trying to figure out how to interact with an NPC in a way that makes sense. But with an attempt to intimidate, I'm going to pull up one of the last words I have. I'm going to look at poor, scared, skittish Howl. Heshek is going to clack their beak. Is this really all there is?
Go ahead and roll to intimidate, please.
Only a 9.
You do think, like, as you say that and you look at Hal, you see like a cold sweat kind of start to break out across his brow, and like he is scared of you, but then his head snaps to the side and you realize that there is something in this room that he is even more terrified of, and it's Elrit, who is now leaning over the bar, glaring at that table, and under his breath, like, we'll call it a, Hal, you don't need to hear their life story, you dumb shit. You just gotta get their food order. Now get to it. And Hal goes, yes, sir. As he will look at the rest. I'll bring that. I'll bring that right over. And he's going to dart back to get your food.
I do not like that man.
I do not like that man either.
He
Dove,
seems extremely unpleasant.
His early morning bread orders were always a disaster.
Dove is going to call you a VIP over to the bar, just like with a hand gesture. And
She's just gonna wave back.
If you wouldn't mind, I just need some information
To go over there.
to get sorted for the rooms. Just
Oh. And she'll stand and go over. Yes, about the rooms.
yes. So I went ahead and got you 4 because I wasn't sure how many of you would be staying in the same room together. But given your profession, I had hoped to talk to you and maybe get a little bit of advice.
Yes, of course. Are you interested in undead rights?
Yes. But I'm more concerned about the living. You see, there's there's someone very dear to me. He lost his daughter about a month ago, and I'm afraid that he has become obsessive over things that, making mountains out of molehills and all of that. I was just wondering if you had any advice on how to help the grieving.
Well, I think that if she is gone, and really gone, then he needs to accept that her life was special while it was here.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was just, so sudden, and it's very difficult for him. But what's your
I
passive
do not
insight?
think. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Passive insight.
Oh, it's 15.
Yeah, so you'll notice she's absolutely like looking at Phil as he's paying up his tab and kind of cleaning up the crumbs on his table. She's looking at him as she's talking to you through this. Like, it's very obvious that she's asking because she's concerned about him.
Have you considered getting him invested in a cause that he can believe in?
Oh, that's just the thing. I think that he's done that on his own. This whole stuff about the woods, I don't know if it's really all that much of anything, but I'm just worried that he's going to get himself hurt.
Well, I will tell you this. I have seen a lot of death. And losing a child, he will never be okay again. But if you support him, as long as he is not actively hurting himself or others, I think the best thing you can do is encourage him in his passion projects. But just know that okay is no longer an option for him.
Yeah. You're probably right. Thank you.
I am sorry I'm not more help.
Oh, no, that's all right. That's everything I needed.
I've seen other clerics talk a lot about, oh, we all have a special place and things like that, but ultimately, when people die, they die, and it's extremely hard for everyone left behind. And then sometimes they stick around, and it's a little awkward for everyone that's still here. But there are things that you can do to deal with it.
Right. Sure. Well, thank you. Thank you anyways. I hope you get a good night's rest.
I have some literature if you would like. Also, I have a great analogy about ants and the natural decay of life.
Yeah, no, I heard that at the funeral today. I remember the bit about the ants. I'm gonna probably be spending some time on that in my spare time. But it's all right. I should probably be catching up with Phil. I'm imagining he probably will stop by in the morning to tell you where you need to start with his theories and everything. So
it is wonderful you care about your friends so much. If you feel like putting that care to a greater cause, please let me know.
Sure. And Dove will awkwardly nod and move away. Phil, as he's gathering up the rest of his items, will look at you, hashtag Harp and Coburg, and go, yeah, well, I reckon I'll be back tomorrow. We can give you some heading into the woods. That's all right with you.
Hashek will place a hand on his shoulder and go, a party. I know. We'll have a party.
Sure, little guy. Party.
Hashek will
Sounds-
hand him a drink.
Oh, I guess I have one more. It won't hurt nobody. And he will set into his beverage. The night is now yours to spend before you go to sleep. Is there anything that you all want to do before turning in?
If there's a corkboard here, I am absolutely pinning up a pamphlet before going to bed.
There is one, kind of like a help wanted kind of board, but you'll notice that it's mostly used as a dartboard, so most of the notices on there are just chewed up. But you are able to place
Happily,
your pamphlet.
yep.
Yes, you are
Mhm.
able to do that successfully. Hashtag, is there anything you would like to do?
It might seem unusual to just about every living person ever. Hashek will make their way around the room, utterly shameless in the asking, and go up to everyone and at their tables, at their dinners, whatever they're doing. Probably, their head and beak is just above table height, really. They're not particularly tall. Skull staff in one hand, and to all of them, will say the same thing to all of them. Their name is Hashek. They've come to purchase your last words. And put 5 silver on the table.
You walk over to this table where the farmers have been playing a game of cards, and you let that out, and one of them goes, "Say what now? You can buy words? That doesn't make a lick of sense. You are the strangest little fella I ever seen."
5 silver for what? Just to be written in that little book?
Hey, you got any good ones in that little book of yours? Any things that kind of make a man laugh?
Good. A woman who can fart is not yet dead.
That is 10 kinds of disturbing. Ron, why'd you have to ask him that? It was already kind of weird enough. I just wanted to know. I mean, that's pretty good. That's quite all right. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight, Ron. Thanks for that. And how am I going to think about is when I die about farting in front of some Kenku?
Death does not frighten me. Being forgotten does.
You'll see from across the bar, Elrit is watching you as this happens, and it seems like he might come chastise you. Like, it's like his face is starting to go red under his thick beard and curly hair. And one of the farmers will actually lean down and say, "Listen, I think we're good here, little fella, but you might want to keep your business to a minimum, or else old Elrit there's gonna pop a blood vessel, and we'll all be sorry."
Shek will look over their shoulder and go, "Clever girl," and head upstairs to their room.
Harp, what are you up to?
So Harp is definitely going to kind of saddle up next to Aviope and go, so you don't like that guy. I don't like that guy. So what can
Oh
we
no,
do
he
to-
seems most unpleasant.
What can we do to get that guy to stop being such a dick?
I will be honest. I am much more comfortable in a graveyard. All of these living people, I'm not quite sure how to interact with them. I try my best, but perhaps we go and talk to him? Speak harshly. That seems to be the way.
I'm not sure I would be the one to do that. Are you capable of doing that?
I can speak harshly to him. If he gets rude, I will just drain his life.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was going. I'll go with you in case you need backup.
Ever-Stooge
clear,
will
I would-
stop at the bottom of the stairs hearing all this, just in case things go weird.
Yeah.
If he will follow up and just say, to be clear, I would not kill him. I would just make him feel very tired.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Just going along with it.
Yeah, Vibe's gonna stand up thinking that this is a plan, and head back towards the kitchen.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Wow,
This is what we're
wow.
doing now.
That's okay. You start heading towards the kitchen, and out of the doors comes the little Hal. Canonically, we're gonna say this is just right about when your food is done. So he's gonna come out with your corn chowder and spinach puffs and go, I'm so sorry. It took a while. It just, I lost track in the oven and I burned the first batch. But now I think these ones are gonna be really good. I can see you at your table, if you like.
Yes, if you could just set that at the table. I just have a question, for your boss.
For Elrit? And he's gonna look back towards the door and look at you. I don't think you want to do that.
He does not seem very nice, and Harp and I were considering speaking harshly to him. Will that make things more difficult for you?
Yeah, it won't go, it won't be good. It would be,
Do you require assistance standing up to him?
I don't know how to answer that. Are you... And you'll watch as a moment of calm comes across Hal, and he will look at you and say, meet me behind the church tomorrow morning before you go into the woods. I'll have something for you. And he's going to run over and put your tray on your table, and then just like, don't forget, behind the church. And he's going to dart back into the kitchen without another word.
Okay, so no
I'm
harsh
gonna look
words
at
tonight.
yeah, I'm gonna look at Harp. It would seem that he does not want us to do that. We shall meet him behind the church. Maybe he wants to run away with us. I do know people that would take him in. He could help at the meetings.
Well, yeah. Well,
It doesn't pay much, but
I mean, as long as they treat him better, but also consent. He might want to go somewhere else. But we'll get there in the morning. We'll see what he has to say first.
of course. But I will offer him the job either way.
Yes, absolutely.
Coburg, what are you up to before the evening comes to an end?
Make up for the fact that I'm just constantly eating because I haven't eaten food yet tonight. Coburg canonically is always starving, and so as soon as the spinach puffs arrive on the table, he has nearly consumed the entire plate, and so several times Hal comes and goes with more and more food for Coburg as he just eats his more than his share, really. And as if Harp ever comes back to the table, or when Harp comes back to the table, he'll simply say, "Oh, these are absolutely heavenly. I mean, you could have used better butter, and the flaky pastry would have tasted a lot better. But these are still really delicious. I understand why he was really into them. But what were you doing over there by the kitchen?"
I was I was gonna have the creepy lady say some creepy things to that guy in the back since he was being such a dick. But mostly, can I just, and I'm gonna snag one of the spinach puffs and kind of like with my metal hand.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 kind of like fingers, and I'm gonna take one of them and just kind of like smear it around.
Okay.
Inside. Grossly. I mean, it's not appropriate. And I'm resistant to poisons and diseases, and I just want to see if there's like anything going on in this that would have killed the farmer that we know, or if people are just inhaling, if he actually did inhale these things to a degree of like so many that he died from it. Because I have Hashek's words in my head, and I'm concerned because all of these people just keep eating these things.
Yep. Go ahead. I understand you got those resistances, but roll me like a nature or medicine check.
21 on medicine.
A 21. Okay. Yeah, you pull out. You're kind of you're swirling around and bringing up the inside of the spinach pup, trying to like figure out what it is. And it smells delicious. First of all, like as you're kind of analyzing it, it does smell really good. There is a strange odor that's like, even with your 21, it's very faint. There seems to be like an ingredient in here that doesn't necessarily smell like food, maybe? Like it's just a little bit off, but it's barely noticeable. Like you kind of look around even as you're doing this to like around the tavern to see if maybe like somebody like opened a container of something else. You know what I mean? Like it's just that like faintest little bit of something. But it doesn't, like, as you're examining it, you don't believe, like, with a medicine check in particular, you don't think that, like, the quantities that Coburg is eating is going to be harmful to him at all, but you do notice that there is something special in these spinach puffs.
Okay, Coburg, don't eat too many of those. Switch to something that you recognize, and they'll pull out more sweets that they have collected from the bakery.
Viape's like 3 spinach puffs deep now.
Yeah, no, okay.
Coburg's
You
entire
too.
mouth is filled with
my god,
puffs.
all of these things. And Harp will just start collecting them and picking them off of the table and like, nope, and just like pulling, even like attempting to pull them out of people's mouths if they're, or hands if they are holding them.
Oh, good Harp, the robot with anxiety.
Hashek right next to Harp. Do you think it's trapped?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes, I think there's something going on with them. Yep.
The first time Harp has understood Hashek all night long.
You guys continue. You've pushed the spinach puffs to the side. Phil finishes his drink and bids you an adieu, and he and Dove step out into the night. And slowly, over time, the local farmers close up their game. Thane will, who's been kind of sitting at the bar, holding court, so to speak, as people come in and go by. He will leave to return home as well. As he passes by the table, he'll say, "Well, I look forward to seeing you soon, and enjoy them spinach puffs. They're delightful."
As he says that, you can see Harp panic holding a small batch of these and just shaking their head, just panicked, like, no, and then trying in an attempt to move through the restaurant, snagging more off of other people's tables if she can.
Brilliant. As Thane leaves,
Who said to enjoy the spinach puffs? Sorry, I missed that bit.
Thane Netter, the like very prestigious
Yep, the creepy
farmer.
one.
And as he goes to leave, he calls back over to Elrit. "All right, Elrit, I'll talk about that shipment tomorrow. Have a good night." And Elrit will just from behind the bar as Thane steps out. Give me one last perception check before you all go to bed and we take a break.
An 11.
Harp also got an 11.
14.
14. It's enough because you've all kind of been looking around and spending this lovely evening in the tavern. As you individually, one by one, go off to sleep, you will notice that Mira, the woman, has seemingly just disappeared. She is no longer in the tavern and seems to have carried on with her business. And you notice that Elrit is in particularly watching you very closely as you go up the stairs into your rooms, where you are able to successfully find your own rooms and tuck into bed and enjoy a long night's sleep. And right there, we are going to take a quick break and be back to entering the woods and seeing what's the deal in there. You're back soon, guys. And we're back. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We hope you got some water, perhaps some spinach puffs, and it stretched your legs a bit. We certainly did. Players, you have spent a very restful evening in the Three Claw Tavern, and you have awoken the next day. Tell me, who's the first to wake, and what do you do?
Coburg is definitely the first person awake because he is used to waking up very early to prepare for the bakery. So now that he doesn't have any bakery duties, he gets breakfast as early as possible. So when the others join him, he is happily snacking on quite a lot of bacon.
All right, who's next?
Viapi will wake with the dawn, and put back on her money boots, and stomp downstairs outside, to where she can find just a tree, maybe out back by a well or something, just kind of in the backyard area of this inn, and she'll just stand under it, finding a slight breeze to stand in and close her eyes.
You do, in fact, feel a slight breeze. The back of this tavern is kind of an alleyway, so it'll actually channel some of the air a little bit better, so you're able to feel just the faintest tickling of wind across your cheek as it just barely rustles the hair. Who's next?
Sarah understood the assignment.
So Harp will wake up next and walk outside, and as she's leaving, say to Coburg, I will be right back. Gotta run a quick errand and head towards the church, grabbing a Viapi as she leaves. Sorry to interrupt. You're meditating? But
I was just connecting with my god.
Yeah. That's wonderful. We have to meet that little kid behind the church, so do you
Yes,
do you just
church.
want okay. And they
Yeah, she will
head that
she will
direction.
absolutely follow you to the church.
All right, so you guys, Harp knowing the way, because he's familiar. Hashek, what are you doing?
Hashek sleeps in a little bit longer than everyone else, apparently. Not an early bird. And will make their way down to the table where Coburg is at and look around. Do you think everyone will get here in time?
That's upsetting. That's an upsetting last word.
Some of these last words are so sad.
What's kind of the point? They are last words.
Hashek will just look curiously at Coburg as if waiting for a response of some kind.
In between mouthfuls of bacon, Coburg will just say, "Oh, my friends, they went somewhere. I'm not totally sure where. Some kind of errand of some kind. I don't know. Did a Viapi tell you anything?"
No.
Oh, well, okay. Bacon?
It's beautiful. And Hashek will partake in bacon.
Hashek,
Coburg, if Coburg doesn't care, Hashek doesn't care.
yes,
Coburg cares about sharing food.
you are able to partake of bacon, and you'll notice that Elrut is begrudgingly serving you himself, muttering under his breath, "That damn kid, I'm gonna beat him within an inch of his life. I'm skipping out this morning on this." As he brings you your food and slams it on the table. Viap and Harp, you make your way to the church and pass through the town. It's setting out to be a beautiful day. The town of Springsong is starting to wake up. Market carts are going to and fro. Children are being bustled to whatever destination they need. And you are able to slip behind the church, where there is a small cemetery off to the side where the services were carried out the day before. And an outhouse, not like an outhouse, what is it? An outbuilding. There we go. That's the right word. Behind to the church. As you approach, you see a very nervous Hal crouched behind the crates, looking at as if in any moment he might just sink into the ground and disappear due to just absolute terror.
Hello.
Oh, okay. You came. Oh, okay. Yeah, you came. It's really good. Okay. Hi. I have to hurry really fast. I'm gonna get in so much trouble. If he finds out that I'm here, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Oh my gosh. And he starts rummaging in a little satchel he has at its side. I just gotta grab it. Oh, oh no. Oh, I thought it was in here. Oh, and he will pull out 2 small vials of separate liquid, and he'll look at them and go, oh, hopefully this is enough. And he hands it over to you with a nod.
Okay, enough for what?
Yeah, you need to put it in the spring.
What's it for?
It's for the spring. You just pour it in the spring. I can't do it. I'm too afraid, and I'd probably die before I made it there. But you just gotta pour it in the spring.
What is it?
It's something that Elrut made. Him and he was he. I don't know. I just know that if you're here to help, that should help.
It's an antidote?
I
Can I smell it?
Yeah, go for it. Roll me a nature or medicine check.
I shall do medicine. For 23.
23. You lift the vial and you smell it, and it is very acrid to the smell. It's almost like you have to kind of take a step back. But like all good medicine, it does smell just absolutely horrific and has, to what you can tell, some neutralizing properties. I just listen. I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. But I couldn't just let him. I just couldn't. I wanted to help. So so if you just pour that in the spring, everything should go back to normal.
Okay. Do you need help?
No. It just if you just do that's fine.
she is going to cast egg,
Egg.
summoning 1d6 eggs at his feet. It's just
Okay.
going to be 2 eggs.
Okay.
She's like, for your troubles in this trying time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you. And he'll pick up the eggs and he'll look at both of you, clutching them in his hands and say, and as he does, his eyes will kind of start to like brim with tears. I miss Nia. And he will turn and, without waiting, run back to the tavern. You presume.
I'm just going to look at Harp. He's a strange child, right?
Yes, but I think that whatever they're putting in the food there is important. Gotta keep noodling it around up here. But
I'm gonna pack away those vials, and just look at Harp. So we have food and something in the spring. Perhaps a counteracting agent. And then we have something in the woods, putting body parts in the trees.
yeah, hearing you say it like that.
Where is the
That-
spring?
Oh, it's over here. And Harp will start walking towards the.
So Harp, you have the context to know that if he's talking about a spring, he's talking about the Springsong spring, which is deep in the forest.
Oh, I thought he meant like a city spring or
Mm-mm,
city
no.
well.
Nope, he is
Alright.
talking like the spring of Springsong. There's supposedly a spring deep in the woods somewhere.
Check. Yeah, so I will then explain that. And well, so two birds, one stone. Into the woods we go. We just gotta get our friends. Only I'm not gonna say that phrase around the bird. That felt wrong. So I'll think about a different thing to say on my way over. And then just start
2
walking
cats,
towards...
1 stone.
Perfect. 2 cats, 1 stone.
Honestly, it's a little disturbing the more I think about this idiom.
Yeah.
What are we doing with the stone?
It's got to have a lot of velocity, the stone itself. Or, like, a boomerang. One boomerang.
We're killing the
stone.
cats, right?
Yeah. Yes. Let's think
Okay.
about this as we go. And we'll just
Yes.
start walking.
We will return back to the...
All right, you are able to return to the tavern where Coburg and Hashek have been just putting away bacon and whatever other items that Elrit deems necessary to bring out as they order. And you
Hashek will be
go for it.
kicked back in the chair with 2 hands on their stomach and just go, "Arr! I have no regrets."
You walk in and you are able to help yourself to a light, quick breakfast because soon after, Phil Grayswift comes through the door dressed in his hunting leathers and will look at you and go, right, reckon I can take you out to where you want to get in the woods here and give you the best path through there. Maybe point out some of the disturbances. I won't be able to go into the woods myself. I got a shipment I got to take up the road, but I can at least get you started. All right.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Follow me then. Follow me. Hey, Harp, you still tell that one joke?
Depends on which one.
You know the one. The one that's I see your face right now, little Harp. It's all right. You don't have to tell it. I recognize this is maybe polite company. We'll talk about it later.
I have
Yeah,
a joke.
Oh,
Sure.
You do.
You have a. I mean, mine are all dick jokes. They're not.
yes. You see, I knew you knew the one I meant. Miss Ethiopia.
A magical carriage drives down the road and turns into a field.
Now, hey, I do like that one. I do like that one. That is right clever. I like that a lot. It's because it's got two meanings. Hey, it's got two meanings. I like. Oh,
It is my
Hell.
favorite joke.
that is a good joke right there.
Harper, I don't think I understood that joke. I must have missed something.
You probably missed the turn into the field. Ain't that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to tell that to
You see,
Nia
it
later.
explains it. The premise is that the carriage is driving down the road and turning to go into a field. But by me saying it's a magical carriage, we are then assuming that it turned into a field. Instead of driving into the field, it turned from a carriage into a field because it is a magical carriage capable of polymorph.
It is a very strange joke.
Do you have a better one?
I mean, the only jokes I have are Jeremy's, and I didn't really understand a lot of his either. There was the one, the why did the baker throw away his dough?
I don't know, Coburg. Why do you do that?
Because he didn't need it. See, I didn't understand that
I-
one either very much, but
I know these are good. Didn't need it. K's are silent. It's kind of funny like that.
it always went over well in the bakery, but I didn't always understand it very well.
Hey, well, I appreciate this. It'd be nice to have something new to tell Nia when I stop by.
What did the skeleton bring to the barbecue?
I haven't the faintest idea there.
Spare ribs.
Oh, good lord. Good lord. And Phil lets out a sensible chuckle as he leads you through the streets. You leading outside of town, heading northwest, branching off the main road. As you do, you see a cart coming from the north with Thane Netter sitting at the reins, driving it in. He offers a friendly wave as he passes by, kind of nodding and eyeing your gear again as he heads into town. And Phil, passes by and starts wandering over to the edge of the woods, muttering to himself as he does. And I was a bit surprised at Thane's offer there. Pay you. I mean, I appreciate it. Hell, I don't know if I could afford to pay you 100 copper between all of you, but I mean, that's good. That's good money he's willing to pay you there. Good gig. Maybe I should take up adventuring, huh?
What do you think it all meant?
Thane, he's a bit of a show off. He likes to show these from money got money, but you know what they say, no well lasts forever. I imagine that, maybe at some point the man's got to run out of money, right?
He seemed very strange when all four of us entered the tavern. I don't know if he was scared or something, but he was acting mighty weird.
Yeah, this is a bit odd. I mean, Thane's never one to be as skittish. He's right friendly man, but I'm sure he's just stressed what with dealing with taking on the new property. He's picking up Copperheath's Copperheath's plot there, and it's man's running a lot of the farm out around here. So I don't know. Maybe he won't be running out of money too soon.
It's been a while since I've been in town, but what exactly did Copperheath? What did he? I'm blanking on the word for what you put in the ground and you
Grow? Farm?
There's another word for it
Crop?
that I was looking for.
So?
What exactly did he grow on his farm?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Mostly feed for the livestock around here. A lot of grain, stuff that's easy to store, easy to ship. But
And what about Thane?
Well, Thane's got livestock. Needs feeding. Takes up a lot of land. What he does. I imagine that pretty soon here they're gonna be wanting to push into the woods here, which is bad news for folk like me, but good news for folk like Thane, I imagine. The forest here kind of takes care of itself, which is why I'm a little bit perturbed by the situation, what with the animal bits in the trees. But heaven forbid something happen. Harp and Coburg, as he's talking about the forest taking care of itself, will you go ahead and roll me history check?
Three.
Coburg, what do you got for me?
13.
A 13. Harp, you'll just nod. Yes, trees do have a way of taking care of themselves, what with the sun and the rain. And it is a sight to behold. It's kind of, you're a warforged. It kind of resonates with you. You oil yourself at the right time, you can go for a long time. Coburg, with a 13, you start to kind of, it's like you remember being a kiddo growing up here and hearing the legends of the forest of Springsong, and how it is a magical place, a wood that, almost an ever forest, always in concert with the town nearby, and that the two of them kind of sustain each other. That's you're like, yeah, I remember kind of old folk tales about the forest.
In the Coburg way of just literally rambling, he will tell all of this to everyone, just kind of like one long continuous sentence without stop.
Yeah, right. Those old legends, right? Maybe there's something about them. I don't know about that. Spent a lot of time in these trees, so I think if there's something in it, I might have seen it by now. But
there aren't any really particularly dark or evil ones, don't you think? Do you?
Oh no. I mean, I don't reckon.
I mean, I heard about all kinds of weird werewolves and all kinds of strange creatures and things, and even Harp and I we fought a couple of them, but I haven't heard anything like this.
There might be a squad of bandits or two holed up in there. You never really know. As long as
That's
you
some very weird bandits, though.
That's what I'm saying, Coburg. I ain't never seen the level of destruction that I'm talking about. And it's right at that point that you guys are reaching the edge of the woods. And as you do, Phil kind of stops and gestures. I mean, I've been here since I was a kid, and I ain't never heard the trees be this quiet before. Have you? And as you listen, you realize it is unnervingly quiet here at the edge of the forest. Ethiopia, you hear the softest sound of a breeze, and know that your God is with you, but normally there's the song of a bird or something attached to it, and it's just quiet. It makes my skin crawl. It does. Listen, if you head in west here, you might be able to find a deer path that'll take you deeper in. I just follow it. It won't take you too much longer, but And if you're queasy, I recommend you don't look up too much. You'll start to see it soon enough.
DM, how thick is the canopy here?
It's a pretty dense forest. It's like he's stopped you off at a trail that goes into the woods, and I'd say there's a tree every 6 or 7 feet. Like it's pretty tight knit. You assume though that there are going to be little glens and openings.
Can I just cast dancing lights just as 4 little almost like will-o'-the-wisp looking things to just kind of circle around our party and just kind of send them darting through the trees just to kind of light up any shadows so that we don't get jumped by anything?
Absolutely. You are successful in doing that, and Phil nods approvingly. That's a good trick. I'll have to tell Nia about the cleric with the fairy lights. She'll like that one. So you just head on in there. Be careful. As Dove mentioned, there are owlbears in the area, but again, I don't know if they even managed to escape the carnage that's in there. Is there anything I can do for you before you head off in there? I feel mighty terrible that I can't assist.
You know where the spring is? I heard of a legend of a very ancient spring for which Springsong is named.
I mean, yeah, it might be a fine place to start. I can't imagine if you head in there, right? You want to go north, but I recommend if you're trying to get to the heart of what this is, you head in more west. There'll be a trail. It'll split. There's a big old oak tree at the split. If you head up north from there, you should be able to find the spring. I'd temper your expectations. It's not much to see. Local folklore getting all out of sorts. High on its own supply.
How much longer do you think I have?
Yes, about how far is it?
I mean, you start hoofing it now, you probably make it there just before dusk. And from there you can head, just pop right back out and you'll be right along Thane's land. He's sure to have some roads out there that you can probably take back.
So you're saying that Thane owns land right along this patch of the woods?
Oh yeah, he's got pretty much all the farmland here on this side of the forest. And with old Balfam passing, he's gonna spread down to that southern patch too.
Okay. I do not believe I require anything further from you.
Well, all right. Not mighty businesslike.
Are you interested in any literature for the Gravediggers Union?
Oh no, I don't have any use for that. I don't have any use for that reading. See, my daughter, she'd do it for me. But I'll be going.
I shall miss you and hope to see you on the other side soon.
You too, little bird. You too, little bird. I'll see you. See you later. Harp, you take care of him now. Goldberg, don't eat nothing too weird in there.
Check before going in, and as he starts to turn to walk away, as tap on his shoulder, or his elbow rather, and hold up 5 silver pieces. Yep. 5 silver, just to be written in that little book.
Hey, you want me to be written in that little book?
No.
Me?
Hashek will look visibly flustered Um, and so no one will ever forget me if you write down what I said.
I will write down your last words.
Hashek will just shake their hands and head over to the forest.
Hey, right. Well, I mean, I won't. I'll if I don't see you in town, we'll try to send out a search posse. But I think you'll be just fine in there. Godspeed. And with that, Phil will shoulder his pack and continue north or back towards the main road to continue about his duties. And you will step into the Springsong Forest.
Hashek will look frustrated and start flipping through their book. They're trying to find something.
Great. So Phil has given you a sort of heading. What do you guys want to do?
I'm going to head towards at least the branching in the path. I want to walk until we get to the oak tree.
Great. Everybody else is cool with that plan?
Absolutely.
Great.
As we are walking, Harp will, talking to nobody in particular, just kind of like saying out loud. So, just thinking out loud here. You guys can tell me if I sound crazy. But we have some spinach pies that may or may not be contributed to the death of a well-loved farmer. We have a antidote or some sort of medicine that we were given. That's where we went this morning. We have a farmer, and a different farmer, who would benefit from gaining all of the farming lands. And a really mean inn worker who is distributing said pies. So feels nefarious. Yep. Does anyone have anything else?
Please don't tell me those spinach puffs were dangerous, because they're so delicious.
It is possible that they are dangerous.
Thank you, IP. Yep.
But if you insist on staying around after death, please let me know. I can connect you with the right people.
I have some regrets.
Well, what do you mean you have an antidote? Antidote for what?
We're not sure.
Nope.
But then why do you have it?
Well, we got it from that small, strange living child. He gave it to us and said that we have to put it in the spring for everything to go back to normal. He seemed very upset.
What makes him think that this was gonna fix the woods?
I am not sure if it's the woods that he is worried about.
Then what's going back to normal then?
Well, I assume we'll find out when we put the antidote back in.
Can we
The
trust
spring.
him?
Can you trust anyone?
Well, I think I can trust Harp. Harp's pretty trustworthy.
Yeah, I mean, I trust you as well, though I get what Aviape's saying. I suppose we just kind of have to assume that he's not being... I mean, out of anyone in the town, he seemed the most reliable. I don't think I would trust the man who is so hurtful to him. So I suppose I'm going off of child innocence here.
If you would like, I can test the vials, though it's possible that it may kill me.
Don't do that. Nope. Not necessary. We will just start with heading towards the spring. Hashek, any thoughts?
Hashek will walk up and take a look at the vial rather intentionally and go, "There's just one thing I'd like to do."
I have two, so I assume we can maybe test the one.
And Hashek is going to perch on a root of a nearby tree, settle in a little bit, and is going to. Do you know how much time I have left? And is going to start ritually casting. If any of you are familiar with magic, you can see them start ritually casting. And Hashek is going to cast Identify on this vial.
Awesome. Will you drop the details in chat for me? And while you're doing that, everybody else, go ahead and roll me perception checks. As you're kind of waiting around for him to do this.
17 for Harp.
Okay.
11 for me.
Hashek, I'm going to send you what you learn.
Oh, great.
Given the nature of Hashek, I think this
Everyone
is
take your
important
time.
to not meta.
Hashek's casting is very curious and deliberate. Their head bobs back and forth. Every once in a while, their beak will peck at the vial itself. And it's almost like a smoke will start rising. So Hashek has just pale white feathers, but the smoke that rises brings a little bit more color to them. Makes them... gives them just a... I don't know, maybe a touch of warmth that they haven't had since you met them.
While
then
he's
let's do some other things while I figure out how to say this.
Yeah, he's casting. Remind me, Coburg, what did you get on the perception? 15. Okay, so EVO, so Luca, we're gonna start. Evip, thank you. I keep doing it. Evip, you are looking around, and you guys have been walking for some time. You've been following this trail, and you kind of look off to the side of the road, and you see what looks like a strange pit. As a grave cleric, you've spent a lot of time around pits, and so this kind of stands out to you as odd. And then Harp and Coburg, you're looking around and you also see this strange pit and think that's a little weird. And then you look up into the trees, just kind of aimlessly putting your gaze around. And Harp, you're the one that sees it. At first you thought it was kind of like a strange moss hanging from the trees. Like it's kind of cold and cool. Like it's a forest, right? But as you look, you realize as it kind of moves in the breeze, it's moves slowly, too slowly, and you see pink on the underside. And you begin to look from tree to tree, and you realize that these trees are just draped in the dissected viscera of creatures. You notice that there is an arm of a or a leg of a deer kind of draped across. There's a pelt of a raccoon, like just all of these little creatures. They're limp dead bodies strewn out, cut into unimaginable shapes, hanging from the trees.
Harp will shudder to the best of their warforged ability and turn to Aviope. Friend who loves dead things. I found our dead things, and she will point to the canopy of viscera, as it has been described. Any ideas there on what could do that? Because that's a lot to take in.
I will take a look. And DM, can I roll like a medicine check? Can I investigate this?
Yeah,
Look at
medicine
it?
check, investigation.
13. That was a terrible roll.
You move over to the side of the tree where like there's a branch that's kind of lower, and you look at some of this animal that's just hanging from the trees, and what you notice is it just looks like the edges of the carcass are frayed. There's no clean cut about it. It looks as if whatever this was, it was just ripped off of the creature and thrown into the tree. Hashek, it's at this moment that your spell would come to its fruition.
Completely oblivious to what all of them are looking at. Hashek will come over as they're staring up into the canopy and hold the vial up and go, "Do not fear. I know where I'm going from here. It's beautiful and clean and pure and oh so near." I hand the vial up.
I'm gonna take back. Lead the way.
Oh, we're leaving. You don't want to.
Well, if you would like, I can dig a grave for these remains. But we will have to climb the trees.
Hashek will look up. Am I supposed to be able to see that part?
No, Hashek. Okay. Can we maybe do that on our way out? Is there a time limit on what you do, Aviope? Like,
Oh, well, with my trusty boots, and she's gonna reach under her cloak and pull out a shovel. And my shovel, I can actually dig a grave quite quickly.
so you're saying
I am
now-
not very good at climbing trees, though.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying now is when you would like to do it, not when we're on our way.
We
You
can
can't,
do
like-
it on the way back.
Oh, okay. Not that. Just maybe save us a smidge of time. And
Maybe
then-
we can find more pieces, try and put them together, see if they, if any of them would like to stick around. Most people don't in that state.
You're saying a lot of things. You and Hashek are saying a lot of things. And Harp will just start walking again, very uncomfortable with all of the multiple things that have been said to them recently.
You continue
Goldberg
on.
and Harp are
yeah.
just gonna end up just totally, totally scarred from this experience.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Hashek will look over at Aviope and go, "Be honest with me. It could be worse, couldn't it?"
Well, you could have your body at the bottom of the sea and you are stuck as just a spirit forever. Or you have to go and find your body, and then you are just down at the bottom of the sea, or wandering the land, unable to touch or interact with any of your friends. That one, I think, would be the hardest for me. Yes, that would be worse.
Koberg
Spread about the
shivers.
trees, at least they can feel the breeze.
Koberg shivers and moves on, trying to catch up with Harp.
You continue on through the forest, that eerie silence just pressing down around you as you move deeper into the forest. You start to feel that the silence is oppressive. There's a part of you that thinks we should not be here as you continue on. Remind me who has the highest passive perception. I'm pretty sure it was Harp.
It's Harp.
Yep. Harp, as you're continuing on, you notice that pit before. You're starting to see more of them. Strange holes dug out and around this road as you continue deeper and deeper in. And then you see huge gashes being taken out of the trees as you move. And in time, each of you notice this as either Harp points it out or you get closer. But it begins to look as if the woods and the ground itself are being pulled apart.
What I guess Harp sees this and not me.
You would see it eventually, and
Yeah.
it's just Harp would
would
notice it
definitely-
first.
I will wait for Harp to tell us.
Yeah, the Harp, as she notices this stuff, would absolutely be making sure to tell you guys. So do we want to maybe like look at one of these giant pits, or like do some inspecting, make sure it's like? I feel like maybe something's probably at the bottom of it, but we could try.
This feels right.
I mean, it definitely doesn't feel right. This feels very scary, and I'm not sure I'm okay with it. But I mean, I guess it's an important clue if we've noticed it, Harp.
So maybe we pick the closest one, head in, check it out, and then keep moving.
Koberg will find one and like peek his head in, his snout like sniffing at the air in there, and shiver because he's like scared to go much further than that.
Yeah, so you go up to this pit, and it looks like it's about 10 feet deep and about 8 feet wide. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Damn, that's a 19.
19's good enough. You're looking at this, and this is, first of all, it totally unusual. The ground looks like it was recently turned over. And as you look at the site, it looks like this isn't a natural phenomenon. You can see that there are shovel marks. It looks like something is in here digging these pits. You also, and with that roll, you also notice very large footprints, larger than like a human or an elf. Not as large as a giant, though.
Does Koberg share this information?
Of course.
Upon hearing Koberg describe that someone's digging these, can I try and assess what they're digging it for?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
Okay.
Yes, this is a Remington XL5 shovel I can see.
An 18. So using what Koberg has already kind of told you, like clearly these are man-made, you start to look, and you're starting to notice sort of not a pattern, but they're not as erratic as you thought. And as you look, you see that they are some of them are more shallow or smaller, and it looks like clearly you're able to ascertain that it's not one person or creature digging these. It seems like there's a cohort, and it's not like they're burying something. It's almost the opposite. You start to think maybe someone's looking for something, digging for something.
Oh
Was
shit,
there a-
y'all. You said something?
Is there a pattern to
As you start looking, you notice like they are kind of following this trail, and the further like north along this road that you're getting towards the spring, and towards the area, I guess there's more of them. Is there something in particularly you're like trying to determine by this question? I want to make sure I answer effectively.
I'm trying to see, like, are they, like, if they're digging, like, maybe they have a treasure map or something, and they, like, is every hole 10 paces from a tree? Or, do you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But they don't know which tree. Or is this, like, is there any pattern to the holes and the digging that I can see that would possibly give me more information on like what they're trying to achieve here, or at least what method they're going about it? If
Yeah.
not, that's totally fine. I understand.
Roll me a survival check.
Absolutely. It's a 16.
Okay, as you're trying to figure this out, right? And as you guys are continuing on just deeper into this forest, and you're noticing more and more of these as you go, you start trying to pay attention to like the footprints, and you see that like there are these large footprints around them, but then you start to see a single set of human prints, kind of like around where they're at, and there's not very many of them, only like 2 or 3. It's hard because I mean the ground has been turned over as they've been digging these pits, but you find it interesting because with a 16 you're able to tell that those human prints, or the smaller footprints, are older because they're covered up by these newer ones. It's almost as if they're following someone.
Okay.
What do you think it all means?
I will kind of, as I am examining about, I'm actually going to take my shovel and just occasionally poke here and there, and just kind of look. But as I do explore all this, I'm going to share, like almost like just speaking out loud and to nothing, what I am seeing, so that everyone can hear it. And then at some point I will just stop and turn to the rest. Do we think we know what they are doing?
Looking for something.
I die at peace knowing none of you sons of bitches will ever find where I buried my lucky charms.
It's equal parts upsetting last words as it is hilarious last words. I can't handle the
Inspiration
pendulum.
HP, inspiration for the fucking Lucky Charms. God damn it.
Oh my god. Okay. Is there a way to follow the same? What?
So you're going on this path that
Yeah.
Phil communicated to you, and you're sticking to it.
Uh-huh.
And as you continue, there's more of these pits off to the side, and more creatures in the trees, or parts of what used to be creatures in the trees, and still that eerie silence. And eventually you reach that crossroads where a large oak tree juts up, and that there's a road that leads left and right. And it's go ahead, Coburg. You're muted. What's your question?
Is there any relation to the animals that are strung up on the trees and the pits that have been dug up?
Roll me investigation or perception.
It's 7.
Seven's. Here's what I can tell you, because everybody's been sharing information. These pits are dug with sharp tools. The edges are very crisp and clean, clearly with shovels. And the animals in the trees are jagged edges, as if ripped from something.
No, I was thinking that maybe someone had been digging up dead animals, but I don't know who would have gone the route about, burying the animals, let alone digging them up. But no, that's very different. So you can forget that I ever asked this, but I thought I'd try.
Do we think there is any merit in me attempting to use my grave digging skills to find what they were looking for?
If you think you can do what they couldn't, why not?
As you ask yourself this question at the crossroads, you, for the first time, start to hear there's left and right. Right heading further north, you assume towards the spring, and to the left, further west, where Phil kind of suggested maybe you go. And from the left, you hear low, gravelly voices barking at each other in the distance, as if there's some sort of kerfuffle. And then quiet, soft breeze to the north.
Does everyone else hear that?
Do we want to maybe try to listen sneakily? Or I could possibly send this, and out of the satchel that they carry looks like a tiny little spider, but mechanical. And at the center of it, on the back, what would normally look like, say, a Black Widow's, what's the symbol on the back of the Black Widow?
Like the hourglass.
The hourglass symbol, yeah. That is a red ruby. I could possibly send this little guy to see what's out there.
If need be, we can always make someone invisible.
We could also do that.
Let's use your little contraption first.
Okay. So Harp will send the little homunculus servant out
Awesome.
towards the voices. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to. So, you send. Does the little homunculus have a name?
Skip.
So you send Skip out, and it skitters across the dirt road in another direction towards these voices, and you hear there are deep, guttural, growling voices, and you actually hear kind of like a whimper or a kind of like a bark intertwined. And as the little creature moves forward, you kind of like slink along behind it. And I'm going to go ahead and pull you over as I describe what this little guy sees. He notices that there's more pits as it moves along. And eventually it sees 3 orcs. One is near a pit and is trying to dig. And there's a couple of werewolves keeping eye as they look about, but seem exhausted and tired. One of the orcs is much larger than the others, and it is sitting on a tree branch, kind of rubbing its head, and every once in a while rubbing its eyes. Do any of you speak Orcish by chance?
No.
Okay. The one near the pit is frustrated. It's kind of lazily hacking at this pit and looking at the captain and gesturing angrily. This is stupid, and grabs its shovel and tosses it to the side, while the other one tries to comfort. Go for it.
Real quick,
Mhm.
it's not on my character sheet. However, it is in our backstory that Jeremy is the Orcish baker that I worked with for quite a while. So I'd probably know Orcish if you allow it.
I will allow you to catch words and phrases. You might not be fluent, but you would understand enough. Like, you're gonna get little pieces. So, particularly the curse words.
That definitely makes sense.
Yes. So it is clear that the one that's digging the hole is cursing a lot. It's saying words like work, forever, and cursing. The larger one that's rubbing its face on the branch, it just seems to be completely ignoring the other. And there's one by its side seemingly comforting it, kind of trying to say soft words of comfort. The werewolves continue to kind of look around a little skittish, and you hear that the angry one, as it kind of climbs out of this pit that it's digging, trudges over to the one that's sitting down and will point an accusatory finger and yell, not here. Like, you're able to get that impression. Not here. It'll gesture wildly around, cursing more. Forever. Not here. Follow. Not here. Man not bring here. And that's the gist that you get.
So I will bring little Skip back and rejoin the group and say, I am whispering as quietly as possible. We could go this direction, but maybe like another direction, not this one, because this one seems like they could get kind of aggressive pretty quickly. Unless this is the way we need to go.
Is there a way to get around this place?
This way is north, right?
This way is west. So if you were at the crossroads by the old oak tree, this was going west towards the way that Phil mentioned you probably could find what you needed to go. And then north would lead you to the spring.
I'm gonna just look back at Harp. If you think we should go around them or just avoid them, we can go up and try and put the vial in the spring. For there are werewolves, and as part of my outreach, they technically count as undead, and I could, attempt to communicate with them. Maybe they would like to unionize. It seems like there is quite a bit of tension in that group. Hope you're muted.
Bah. Yes. You were right. There does seem to be a bit of tension in the group. I don't know that talking to them currently about a unionization is going to lessen that tension. So let's start with the spring, and then I'll give you all the chances in the world. We'll come right back here, and you can.
I have a bunch of I have a bunch of pamphlets in
Yes.
my pack.
As you should in the woods. Carry pamphlets.
Yeah.
Yes, this great.
The sass.
Just wildly confused. Just
So
very
it's
confused.
back and then north then, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome.
Okay.
Harbeck, you're like, VIP priorities.
Heshek will
Yeah.
clatter their beak. I'm glad you came to hear the message I have for.
So I should share my message.
I think
What if it's too late and they don't make it?
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if the orcs would be interested. They could, I mean, they are very proficient with digging, it would seem. They could be useful members of the non-undead parts of the Gravediggers Union. You know, there is actually a fair amount of grave digging, but it does seem like Harp wants to go north, and I am all for that. We can come back. I can come back and talk to them, give them literature on our way back.
so glad we're all on the same page. And she'll just start walking.
All right. You guys head back to the crossroads by the old oak tree with the intention of going north. And that is where we're going to take our second break. So we're going to go stretch our legs really quick and come back and see what they find at the spring in the forest. Stay tuned. We're back. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We return. We join our party. They've returned to the crossroads and decided to head north towards the spring. As you walk, it is still. The angry, guttural tone of the orcs fading behind you as you move through the forest. And that oppressive stillness that you've been feeling begins to weigh heavier and heavier. You continue on, almost afraid to speak, almost afraid to break the silence, not knowing what lurks in the trees beyond. And you step into a clearing. As you do, you sit and you wait, and you hear a rustling in the brush, and your heart catches in your chest, and you throw a hand out to your nearest companion, hoping to brace them against whatever is coming. And you look into this clearing, and you see a spring. And approaching that spring is a large, hulking owlbear that comes up and is sniffing at the water. It is a massive creature, and there's beauty in its power and how it moves. You are in the trees away from it, watching. What would you like to do?
Does anyone have experience with large animals?
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Do we know what kind of animal it is?
It's the owlbear, right? So
Mhm.
beast. Pretty sure. Okay.
Jack will reach up a hand.
How-
for the vial.
Yeah, I'm going to look at Heshek. I also can use a ghostly hand to go dump the vial in the water, but if you would like to try, you are welcome to. And I will hand Heshek the vial.
Shek is checking the range of a spell.
Coburg will lean over to Harp and say, "Hey, Harp, do you still have my potion of growing, just in case?"
You're muted.
Oh, yeah.
Just me and Chrissy back and forth. Just
Constantly with the muting. Harp will nod, not saying any words, and hand you a small vial potion of growth.
Hashek, you trying to do something?
Yes. Hashek will take said vial, put it between two of their fingers, and pop the top off the vial, and then casting a spell will remove their hand from the end of their arm and put their hand down on the ground, and using the 3 fingers with the wrist dragging, the hand is going to start crawling toward the water.
Okay, stand by. I have something for this.
Hashek will go, don't worry, it doesn't hurt.
This is good. This is good. I'm glad.
All right. So there's your gross little hand. You should be able to control it. You pop your hand off, and it's got the vial. It's uncorked, and it's kind of moving in the direction. As it does, this owlbear dips its head low towards the pool, kind of grumbling to itself, as a bear is wont to do, and it dips down and sniffs the water and tilts its head to the side and looks up, and your hand gets about right here, approaching, and the owlbear looks up, changes its mind, and dips its head into the pool for a drink.
Can I stealth from my hand?
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, yeah.
24.
24. I will give you this many more feet. As it's stealthing along and this owlbear dips its head into the pool, there is a wrenching sound. It is as if the earth itself is ripping up around it, and there is a root that comes up out of the ground faster than you can see and comes up and hits that owlbear underneath it and sends it launching into the air as this massive tree root leaps up and hucks it into the air. And the next thing you know, another one rips out from the other side and catches it. The owlbear screaming, yelling, roaring as these roots wrap around it and just rip it in half. The owlbear screaming out in agony as roots from the trees just start roiling under the ground, ripping up and out and flailing about wildly.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I feel like Aviope, upon seeing this, is just going to immediately cast spiritual weapon next to her, which is just a small hovering egg.
Okay. You cast spiritual weapon and the egg springs up, and you see as those roots are roiling and ripping, the trees are moving to where these huge trees are moving to where the owlbear was near the pool and like huddling around it, almost as if trying to protect it. And you hear a soft feminine voice from in the trees whispering beautiful words, but they are angry words and chaotic sounding.
Are we thinking, does anyone else hear those voices? I'm thinking Dryad.
This
You're muted, Chrissy?
feels right.
I don't know if we've ever experienced a dryad before. What does that mean?
It's like the they're beautiful, beautiful ladies. They hang out near trees a lot. They protect trees. They're really into trees.
And
They are alive.
they like ripping up animals?
Can you all roll me stealth checks as you're having this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Aim for heart.
Stealth 11.
Hushcheck and Cobra got 18 and 20 respectively.
Okay. You hear a rustling in the trees as these trees begin to kind of move about the pool. Hashek, they are like kind of starting to circle it, and you hear that angry feminine voice growing as they do, and the trees that you are huddled beneath, their leaves start to shake and shatter as eventually there are pieces of owlbear that are kind of descending from the sky and falling into these branches, ripped apart. You are avoiding attention for now, but whatever you're gonna do, you get the sense that the woods are coming alive around you.
Do we want to just try and parlay with the trees?
Are you gonna be the one parlaying?
Oh, exactly.
Oh, yeah. And I'll just kind of hit my shoulder and cast false life on myself.
Okay.
Giving myself a little bit more HP.
I think we're getting close to the end now.
I'm going to give myself 26 temp HP, and then I am just going to, still holding the egg in my hand, just kind of, because it's my spiritual weapon, it's just coming with me.
Hashek, before you're able to move that hand, the trees are
Mhm.
circling. I'm going to need you to make me a dex check to see if your hand can successfully run across this ground that's being ripped up by roots without spilling the open vial.
Okay. Just a straight dex check or dex?
I'm gonna say it's a dex check.
Okay. I'm also going to take the +2 that purple gave me before for an even 20.
Okay. You have that works, and you are able to the hand kind of like it's like the Mouse Hunt movie with the little mouse as it's like running through the walls, like dodging as things are like exploding through the walls. This hand is skittering artfully through these roiling roots as they kind of rip up the earth. And your hand is able to successfully make it to the edge of the pool with this vial.
It just goes straight in.
Okay. Your hand jumps into the pool. Okay. As it does, it sinks. And you hear an ear-piercing scream. In the center of the pool, there was a small kind of outcropping of land. And from that will erupt a humanoid figure. She is blackened with rot, her eyes dark and dripping black as she lashes her arms out. Vines kind of pull across her hair, and she has horn-like structures that pull out, and her eyes are glowing yellow, sickly, and disgusting as she lashes out and looks around. The trees reacting in her anger and her anguish and her frustration as they continue to rip around this pool. She comes into wrong thing that I did just then. Time out. Brr, 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 brr. This one. She comes into view, standing there, watching as the hand descends into the pool, shivering with rage, and she will look up at you, and you feel as if all of the trees or in this grove suddenly have eyes. I need you to make a stealth check if you wish to hide from detection.
I
Yes.
was in the middle of putting up my hands,
Mm-hmm.
while at the same time casting anti-life shell, so only undead and constructs can get near me.
Okay.
And
If you want to
I
do that
am,
instead of stealth, that's a-okay by me.
yeah, because I was
Okay.
just gonna be like walking forward, like, hello, ladies.
Okay. What's everybody
If
else doing?
everyone else is stealthing.
Harp will look to Coburg and Hashek and go, I'm gonna go invisible. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. And cast invisibility on themselves.
I originally rolled a stealth, and I rolled very poorly. So she definitely probably sees me.
Okay.
But in hypothetically in Koberg's next turn, he's also going to try to turn invisible.
Okay. Hashek.
I dove for cover with a 21 stealth.
Okay. So the trees shudder in anger around you. Eviope? Why can't I say this?
Biope?
Eviope?
It's in the Zoom.
I know, but I can't. I still look at it and my brain goes, You're casting this spell. And you feel these hot, angry eyes almost boring through it as she turns to look at you. And in a deep, angry voice, you hear, "Did you put something in my pool?"
No.
Lies! She
Honestly, because I
screams.
did not.
She screams into the air, and you feel the trees themselves almost erupt with anger around you. And I'm gonna need you to all roll me some initiative.
I was answering honestly.
That didn't go how I expected.
All right, call out some initiatives to me as we do this.
Okay. I got a 3. Should be
3.
fine.
Check around
Hashek,
a 12.
a 12. Harp
8.
and Coburg.
18.
All right. Coburg, you are up first.
So the whatever it is, dryad, I guess, is probably accurate at this point. Definitely sees Coburg right away. I'm trying to think of what I always hate when I get first. So I think what I'll do is Coburg is going to are these moving tree ones, like bright ones? Are they
I can help
moving
make
or-
this. So let's see. I can make this easier. I had to purposefully be sneaky so you couldn't tell when you walked in, like, oh, I think that's a bad guy.
We've seen them move is really what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, so these two have been actively moving about.
Gotcha. He's gonna make for one of the trees nearby, and he's going to prepare an action of magic missile for whatever moves next, basically.
Okay.
But he's trying to hide behind the tree.
Okay. It's going to be her turn. And her head will snap to the side, and she will take a step out from off of this pool and just, it's almost like she disappears as she steps into nothing. And then let me see what else I can do. Yep. And then I need Luca, go ahead and make me a wisdom save.
Okay. A 15.
That will save. Let's see. Let me make sure if I read this. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you feel like that anger kind of like creeping up in the back of your head as it kind of is around you, and then it drops. And then it is now Hashek, it's now your turn.
Heshek will look at everyone else and go, "Arr." Maybe I was wrong about a few things. Sorry. Arr. And is then going to cast light at one of these trees.
Okay, light.
Light.
Okay.
Constitution save. It saves at disadvantage because it is a plant creature.
Okay.
And
Let's
there's another
see.
important note. If it fails, then I would just love to read it.
Okay. Let me roll that. It's a 9.
9. If you target a plant creature or a magical plant, it makes a saving throw with disadvantage, and the spell deals maximum damage to it.
Okay, how much damage are we talking?
8d8, so 64 damage to the tree, please.
Okay. Let me get to where I need to be. This is... which one? Okay. Sorry, repeat that number for me.
64.
64. Okay, yeah,
Fuck.
it's almost as if you lit a flame underneath the bark. You see the light erupt and shine in between like the cracks of the bark, and some of the chunks like fall off as it kind of rips up different roots from the ground. Is that your turn? Awesome. It's my turn now. So let's see. Uh-oh. Did my thing just crash? It did. My freaking combat tracker. How could? Is it still on the Roll20?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sick. Oh, it's still here. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we're gonna move. This guy is gonna go. Hi.
If that thing's moving, then it's being attacked.
Yep, and we'll resolve that here shortly.
Take your time.
I'm just trying to figure out where is this. Yep, and it's gonna move here. Go ahead and fire off your magic missiles for me.
Yep. So that's 24.
Great. And then it's going to let me measure this out and make sure I'm right. Yes. Coburg, I'm gonna need you to make me a dex save, my dude.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's
no.
a natural one.
All right. You, as the tree's kind of lurching through the ground at the party, and you fire off your magic missiles in an attempt to kind of ward it away. As the missile slams into the tree, and you feel some self-satisfaction, but then the earth beneath you buckles, and you feel as roots explode from the ground and wrap themselves around you. You are grappled and restrained. And it's going to pull you, just wrenching dirt and earth in its direction. And you're going to get pulled. Let me make sure I'm on the right layer. Yep. Right underneath it as it just pulls you almost like into itself.
What were the two conditions?
You are grappled and restrained.
Thank you.
At the start of, let's see, your turn, you can make a strength or dex save to try and break free. But it will be your action to do so. All right. And now it is this guy's turn. Let me see what the range on this is. Yeah, we're gonna go 5, 10. As these trees swarm, let's see. Hashek, it is going to, I'm gonna need a dex save, my dude.
Sure. That's a button. That's a button that I need. Oh.
You are grappled.
I'm gonna use that DM inspiration that I received earlier.
Do it.
Before I hear the result of that roll.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna jump straight to the nat 20.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's like you heard Coburg cry out and felt a rumble between your feet and just launched back as hard as you could, right as Roots ripped up to try and like grapple you and pull you down. But you successfully save. Harp, it is now your turn.
So Harp is going to see, they are currently invisible, so they're going to see what's going on, knowing that if they cast anything or if anything like that, they're no longer invisible. So they're going to use this round to I would say probably move to about here. Essentially trying to get like in between these two trees. And they will pull their very small, what looks like toy cannon out, and they're going to spend the next little bit kind of tinkering with it, messing with it, and with their last little bit of action, they are going to just imbue the little cannon and create their Eldritch Cannon. But they are not going to light it currently. They want to make sure they are waiting for a better time to do so.
Gotcha.
So if creating it is their action, then we will go with that. If not, if she could do something else, then she will, but if not, no biggie.
Okay. All right. Luca, we are up.
Did I get the sense that these vials hurt these plants, or they were just upset that, like, we were messing with their pool?
She did not like the idea that you had put something in her pool.
I would like to take out my shovel, and I am just going to run up. 25. What's the range on that? Maybe I can't even do anything. Hold on. Range is 30 feet. Hell yes. Okay. So I'm going to just shove like the point of my shovel into the earth and cast mold earth around the pool, basically lifting the entire section of pool up onto a tall pillar of earth. Think like the Devil's Monument in Wyoming, but like at the top is the pool.
Okay.
And I'm just going to raise that up, and I looked it up and it can be done with mold earth.
Okay.
But I'm going to lift that up, and then I am just going to shout, "Could we talk?"
You'll hear almost like from behind you, you'll hear a voice that like screams out, I do not speak with liars. Not anymore. Not ever again.
Was telling the truth.
There's no response as the trees kind of like start to shuffle in your direction.
Bonus action, my egg is gonna fly over and try and pierce through whatever is pulling poor Goldberg out from under the bush.
Yeah, roll to attack.
Yep. Where is it though? Hold on.
It's like in the
Spiritual
spell itself.
weapon.
Yeah. Wait. The spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Does that work? Is that it? A 12 to hit?
12 will not hit.
Okay. Well, the egg is just gonna go flying by your head, Coburg. I'm so sorry. But that's it for me.
All right, Coburg, you are up. You are grappled and restrained. You can make a strength or dex save to try to get out.
I know this isn't also going to take up my move, but I'm going to take the potion of growth and double in size.
Okay.
Also, remember correctly. You said I still get other I'd get an action like normal even if I was grappled, right?
Yeah, remind me restrained though.
Let's find out. Speed is 0. It can't benefit from bonus of any speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Okay. Yeah, so it's gonna it will take your action to drink that potion to grow. You still have a bonus action.
Yes. Sorry, I was gonna cast a spell and then I just read that summon chair is a bonus action.
It certainly is.
It's not really gonna
Taunt it with the body of its dead brethren.
Oh no. What I am going to do is, because I'm a sorcerer, I can use some sorcery points to make one of my actions a bonus action, or one of my spells that is an action into a bonus action.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the spell. Actually, you know what I might do? Yes. I'm going to do the spell Wall of Fire to cast a wall around this tree.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, I'm in the tree. Never mind. I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say you are in the tree, my dude. It has got you in its clutches.
Then, well, we're still gonna hit it though. So we're still gonna, since I already said it. So I'm gonna use Firebolt, which is a cantrip.
Okay. Roll to attack.
Oh no. Oh, it's 17. There we go.
17 will hit.
Lovely.
And you're hitting red, right?
Yes. And because I'm using a spell with fire as the effect, I'm gonna find it. I have an elemental affinity. When you cast a spell that deals damage of type associated with Draconic and Ancestry, aka minus fire, you can add +4 to 1 damage roll of that spell.
Okay.
So it'll be.
Give me the total
18.
damage. 18. Okay. You firebolt at this thing like almost from the inside. You put a hand out as it's growing and launch, and it hits the bark and sends sparks into the branches, catching some of the leaves and like growing like with a ferocity that you did not anticipate. As this tree kind of reels back, you hear a scream from behind again as you hear, "He sent you, didn't he? He sent you here." And I need all of you to Oh yeah, baby. There's like, as you like hear this scream, you look around, and from the ground, it's like roots just jut up, and there's a release of strange little spores. And you are all going to take 8 necrotic damage as you kind of inhale and these spores enter into your lungs and start to eat away at the lining. And is that your turn, my dude?
That is my turn.
Brilliant. Awesome. We are now going to do the thing. Hashek.
Oh no, not the thing.
The thing. You see for a brief moment as the dryad steps out of the tree and looks at you with hateful eyes and cries out, "It's too late. It won't. I will never be." Ugh! And she just like, it's almost like she's insane. And she throws out her arms and 2 whips come flying at you. A 19 to hit.
Is she attacking me or did she cast a spell?
She is attacking you.
Okay, yes. 19.
Yes.
I'm going to let it hit.
Okay. Take
Excuse me,
12.
What?
Take 12 bludgeoning damage, and then I need a Constitution saving throw.
Sorry, not to interrupt, I was going to cast, if I am within them, but it was for me to get hit. Not, I was going to say if Hashik can take my shield, but it's for me.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
it's
cast it on
self.
accident, so.
I have
No, okay.
shield, but it's not enough to stop a 19. So.
Shit.
Okay. All right. Great. And she will whip at you again with a dirty 20.
Yep.
Give me
Hit
another
again.
Okay, so you take 12 bludgeoning from the first hit, 11 bludgeoning from the second, and go ahead and hit me with that second con save.
Shek looks awful, just so everyone knows. Like, super awful. Like, really bad awful.
I am aware, but I am very low in initiative.
Okay.
15.
I'm watching. Just watching.
All right. And then she will again look to the side and take a step and just disappear once again. It is now your turn, Hashek.
Yep. Are there adequate remains around me for me to cast Animate Dead and get some zombies?
Do they have to be humanoid?
It only has to be a small or medium creature.
I mean, a small or medium. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple of like little foresty creatures.
Oh, it does. Oh, wait, sorry. Medium or small humanoid. Forget it.
Yeah,
Very
I don't
important
know,
word
yeah.
on the next line. All right, we will skip that plan.
Wait, how close to you?
Within 10 feet of me.
No, there is not one within 10 feet of you.
But there is one somewhere. Instead, I am going to spend an action to cast Summon Undead.
Okay.
And I will raise a spirit that is going to help me not get killed.
Okay. Let me pull something
Thank you, Purple, for
you.
the random good table.
Oh, excellent.
Wonderful.
I will resolve that shortly. I'm just trying to find
Sorry
the
for
right
formatting,
vibe.
just did it.
Okay, Hashek. We're going to put that on the token layer. We're going to make it so you can move it. There you
I've
go.
got my stats, so I can roll from here.
Awesome. There's your bud.
All right, thank you. So Hashek will take their book out really quickly, flip through a few pages, and will just caw and murmur. Oh crap! I didn't pick one. I must go in. The fog is rising. And from the book, the memory of this death will coalesce as a undead spirit nearby. My new bud, which I'm sending straight to that tree.
Okay.
I was only my entire turn changed when I couldn't animate a
I apologize. I was pulling up good table stuff. Do I need to respond? What am I
No,
doing?
you do not.
Okay.
So this ghostly thing will fly 40 feet, 10, 15, 20, right to the base of the tree, the one that I
Okay.
had blighted before.
Okay.
And then it is going to touch a tree.
Okay.
Melee weapon attack. It gets to do it twice. And where's the modifier? It is my spell attack modifier. Yes, roll everyone. A 14 to hit.
A 14 will not hit.
Okay, it tries it a second time with its other claw for a 18 plus 5.
That will hit.
Okay, it the hand reaches up, grabs a hold of it, does some necrotic damage of 2d8, I believe. Just 2 plus my 4, so 6.
6 necrotic damage, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Awesome. That tree, as it kind of reaches up and grabs at you, the roots shrivel as it's trying to like absorb the life from it with its hand. And that's your turn and everything?
That's my turn and everything.
Brilliant. Let me see. I need Coburg, who is still restrained, so will fail, and Eviope. Please make me a dex save.
An 8.
Yeah, so it will lift up a root and just swing it wildly around. So you and Coburg will both take 17 bludgeoning damage. Or actually, it's just disadvantage on dex saves, right, Coburg? So go ahead and roll, but with a disadvantage as you're trying to wriggle out of the way.
It's an 8, so let me. I assume I'm going to fail anyway.
Yes. So both of you take 17 bludgeoning damage as this root just hits you and tries to like push you back. Let's see. I think.
Oh, jeez, crow. Hello, Mr. Saito. For a magic item, a good table for each player, and 1,000 bits to the GM to use at her discretion.
DM,
Yes.
I'm not going to. Just a reminder for next time. I do have the anti-life shell up.
So how? My thought
I'm
is
just
like
gonna
this
take that. But like next time.
That my question is like, how would that? I mean, because if we can narratively make it make sense, like that's fine. Like if it's the root just can't enter that, like it's a tree root coming up out of the ground and like swinging in like an area of effect. That's my thing. It's not like it is entering, but it's not entering. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a. I can make this worse. I absolutely can.
No, let's hear it.
It's more like
Just the
tip.
Just the tip. Yeah, I mean, it just says that like that creatures can't pass or reach through. So,
yeah.
But like again, I forgot it was up and I applied the damage. But
okay,
maybe for next time.
Yep, understood. Okay, so remind me, and then Saito just loved us so good. A magic item. So let's do that really quick. We're gonna resolve these items. So stand by. Stand by.
It's good because I absolutely screwed up my spell beyond imagination. Holy cow! I only get one attack. It's 1d8 plus 7, not 2d8 plus 4. I'm falling apart over here, team.
Okay.
I am trying so hard to just will initiative to go faster without you getting hit. Because the moment that I can heal you, I will. But yeah, I'm just sitting here watching everyone's health just.
Okay.
Drop down.
Oh, and let me roll a d4 to see who gets this. I am very pleased. This is wonderful. 2. Hashek.
Okay.
You are.
Uh-oh.
It's as your ghoulie ghoul kind of reaches up and grabs, and the dirt around you is turned up. In the kerfuffle, you look to the side. Oh, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh man. Here it is. The earth is turned up and over. You see to the left of you a pair of pants that was buried in the dirt as it gets like overturned. But these are like primo pants. Like think nice, crisp denim Levi's. And even though they've been like buried in this earth, they look pristine and amazing and incredibly stylish. It allows it. They are Dr. Witterson's fantastic battle trousers, and they will allow the user to increase their AC by 1. And doesn't work if the user is wearing actual armor. You are a wizard. You are not wearing actual armor. This is perfection. So there is a crisp, fashionable pair of denim jeans, just for you. Let's see. A good table for each player. Let's go ahead and do this. So. Luca. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, no, we're going to apply this somewhere else. Hashek, we're going to do this for you. And as you pull on those pants, you just feel really good about yourself. There's a tranquility in your mind. Roll me a D8.
D8. That's
Yep.
something I can do with
Mhm.
dice that I wouldn't. 7.
For the next 7 hours, you cannot be charmed, frightened, or intimidated, and you gain resistance to psychic damage. Using Barbarian Rage cancels this effect. Luca, it's like as the earth is just kind of roiling around and there's just magic humming in the air, there's something that clicks inside of you. And the sinister presence of this being just kind of locks in, and you're like, not today, Satan. You have advantage on intimidation rolls and are immune to fear. Other people will feel a shiver down their spine if they look you in the eye.
Okay, cool.
And I should probably be putting these in here. I've already moved past yours, Hashek, so I apologize. Harp. You are kind of moving invisible through the trees and everything, and as you do a pebble, you kind of kick a petal that skitters in front of you, and it shines a little bit golden, and you pick it up, and you, like, as you do, there's like a weird, you know when you have a water bottle and you shake it, like the gravity feels weird? This pebble gives you that impression. So it can be broken and release 75 liters of fresh water. You basically have the world's best water balloon. And finally, Proper. Let's see. I want to make sure. As you're grappling with this tree, and your flame burned back some of the bark near you, you see that there's a coin embedded in the root of this tree, and you're able to get your hand out and just snatch it out of the tree. And as you do, the coin bursts into harmless flames. Let's see. You have advantage on perception, investigation, and survival checks pertaining to dragons or treasure hoarded by dragons. You also gain plus 10 on persuasion checks against dragons unless they succeed on a DC 20 insight check to notice that you have this coin.
Now, something tells me we're not going to run into dragons, and this is
No.
also very interesting because I am a dragon.
You are, in fact,
I've
a
got
dragon.
I've got a shiny coin now.
You have a very good shiny coin. And then, yes, okay. And now we're back into the combats. All right. So my tree just went. Now it's my other tree's turn. It is going to ooh. How far is everybody? Oh yeah, Hashek, my guy, my bro, my dude. Give me another dex save, please.
I have guidance. I'm
Another.
gonna pop some guidance. I forgot I had it.
Is that a
Perfect.
reaction? I forget.
Is it?
Hope so.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Never mind.
Bram, bram.
I will
7.
roll a 9.
A 9. You are grappled and restrained, and you are pulled 30 feet towards this tree because it just really wants to be your friend. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yep. So you're pulled as these roots grip and pull you in for just a real nice tree hug. Harp, it is now your turn.
So Harp was going to run up and heal Hashek, and now seeing them being torn away from her quickly, she's going to advance, still invisible, to attempt to get closer. She's just gonna go into their melee. Fuck it. We're at that point. And her action, she's going to slap Hashek on the back and cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level. For 9 healing. And now that she is seen, because that is a spell, her bonus action, she will go, so duck. And then detonate her hand cannon.
Amazing.
And
Do
it
the thing.
is the tiny little toy cannon that she's been dragging behind her. And it will take 3d8 fire damage, halved if it saves a dex save. So this tree...
So my massive tree has to do a dex save is what you're telling me?
Correct.
Very cool. Let's just boop that real quick. I got a 4. So
14.
Okay.
So it'll take 7 flamethrower damage.
Okay.
And yeah, and then that's it. Now
Okay.
she's just seen. So she's
Yeah.
like, hopefully
Again.
that was helpful.
Yeah, again, you launch that little cannon, fires, and that flame hits the tree and burns it, and you watch as it just peels back bark and starts to like catch the wood underneath, and it seems to have been pretty dang effective. Eviopi, you're up.
Okay, so first thing I am going to do is I am going to cast Prayer of Healing. And this is up to 6 creatures of my choice. Each regain hit points equal to 2d8. So everyone is going to receive 16 points of healing.
Okay.
And then again, I am going to move my spiritual weapon this time towards where Hashek is grappled and attempt to just slice through one of the roots holding him.
Okay.
If I can. Did that work? Okay,
Roll
16 to hit
16 will hit.
and then 15 force.
Okay, and we're targeting the one that's got Coburg. Or which one? Sorry.
Hashek.
Hashek. Okay. All right.
Because Hashek needs more health.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, you're able to hit it, and it's definitely this tree's looking pretty messed up as you do that. And you cleave one of the roots. He is still restrained and everything, and you hear a cry out behind you in frustration as, again, the earth turns. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Yeah, the earth turns, and you all, again, more spores release into the air as you all take 10 necrotic damage as they kind of filter up from the ground. And you hear the dryad scream that she will rip you from limb to limb and make it so no one will ever enter her forest again. Let's see. Which takes us back to Coburg. Well, no,
Awesome.
timeout, because there's a thing that I haven't done yet. And I would like very much to do it. I need... Who's here? Yeah, Coburg and Eviope. Hit me with a wisdom save, please.
A 25.
18.
All right, you both save. All good in the hood. Coburg, it is now your turn.
Excellent. So I have a couple things. Let me check one thing really quickly. Oh, damn it. Hold on. No. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, because I have used the potion of growth, I have a advantage on strength saving throws, or strength checks and strength saving throws. And that was one of the options I could use to get out of this, right?
Yep, correct. So go ahead and do that.
So 19.
That saves. So you are no longer grappled or restrained.
Great. And the one thing I wanted to check is if I can use both these at the same time. I don't think the answer is yes. No. Okay, never mind. Do I have a general vibe of where the dryad went?
It's been pretty chaotic. Her voice seems to be coming from, like, let me be on the right layer. Yep, and have the right tool. Like this general direction.
Then I would like to cast Wall of Fire in that general vicinity.
Okay,
Draw
out where you're
area.
casting it. If you're drawing something, I cannot see it.
Can you see it now?
I can. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's whatever about 60 feet of that would be. Also, I can't go over the side of the edge of the board, but I imagine I'm casting it wherever I heard her screaming.
The screams are kind of coming from all... It's going to be really hard to pinpoint her location on just voice alone, because it's almost as if the trees are reverberating the voice. So it's like the bulk of the sound is coming from that direction, but unless you're going to roll like a perception or investigation check to try and like pinpoint where she is, like you're not going to be able to like definitively know if you hit her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. I mean, I could tell if I hit her based on if she
Sure,
screams in pain.
Sure,
but,
absolutely. But like,
no, that makes more sense though. That
shots in the dark. Really know. Yeah.
No, that's fine. That makes more sense now that you've explained it. So instead, what I'm going to cast is just invisibility, and no, I can't. Yes, I can because I'm using my trait of using sorcery points. So I'm going to cast invisibility to make myself invisible, and hopefully get away, sort of. And that'll end my turn, because that was my action and then my bonus action.
Awesome. Shout out to Mr. Saito. You guys all have a mass healing word to use at your discretion, which is great because it's right in time for my turn.
Welcome, Arctic Dragon Breath, to the stream.
Yes, and welcome raiders. I'm gonna try to kill him with some trees. Let's see. we're gonna do this. She is going to. Yes, I'm reading through this. 20-foot cube. She's going to look at you, Eviope, from the trees, and for fun, because this feels right to me. She will emerge from the bark in this tree, and putting out a hand to you, Hashek, and Harp, and will say, I will return you to the earth like the worms that you are. And she is going to cast a spell, Erupting Earth. I need you all to make me a dex save, please.
Hashek,
7.
prior to the results of any of this, Hashek is going to look her direction and go, there's so much I didn't do, and cast Counterspell.
Oh, hell yeah. What you casting it at? What level?
Spell. Third.
Yeah, but what level are
Standard.
you casting it at? So that's third
Shuts-
level?
Yes. So it shuts
So it
down
does-
third and lower.
Okay, yeah. So she puts her hand out to cast this spell, and you counterspell, and nothing happens. Excellent work, my dude. Let's see if there's anything else I can do. Oh, I forgot about this. I think that's all I can do. Oh, wrong. Double checking. Here we go. Yeah. That's all she's got. So she will scream in frustration, look to the side and take a step, and for you guys' benefit, she takes a step this direction. Can you see that?
Mm-mm.
I'm on the wrong layer then.
Mm-hmm.
This direction,
Okay.
and is going to disappear.
Okay.
And it is now Hashek's turn.
Okay. Hashek is a little pleased with themselves after what just transpired, and is going to cast another spell into this tree that they're restrained by and grappled by.
Okay.
And I'm going to shove another blight into it.
Okay.
It needs to make a con save at disadvantage because it's a plant.
Come on, tree. Oh, it's a 10.
It takes 64 necrotic damage because it's maxed out on a plant.
Tell me what this looks like as this tree is ripped from this mortal coil.
So the tree has wrapped Hashek in its roots, and as Hashek is being slowly absorbed down into the ground, the roots start to blacken, just like the dryad was blackened.
Mm-hmm.
And this corruption starts to spread up the plant, and as it does, the roots break off. It goes up the bark, and pieces of the bark just peel and fall away. Branches get weak and soften, leaves turn black and fall, and the whole thing just collapses into a pile of worm-riddled rotten wood.
There you go. There you have it, folks. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, sir?
After my turn, my spirit goes to touch the other tree.
Brilliant. Let's do it.
So it's going to go over there. It is a +10 to hit. I'm going to get
Come
this
on,
right
baby.
this time because I got it wrong last time. So that is that dice roll +10, which is a 19 to hit.
That will hit.
1d8 +3 plus my spell's level necrotic damage, spell level 3, so 1d8 +6 is a number equal to 1d8 +6 is 12 necrotic damage,
Okay.
and it needs to make a wisdom save or be frightened if it can. I don't know if it
Yeah.
can be
All
frightened.
right. Okay. That's a 17.
My spell save DC is an 18.
Oh, I thought I had a wise old tree, but I don't. That tree's scared, yo. You got him shivering in his branches. You just watch as collectively all the little leaves start to like tremble in utter dismay as it is very scared.
The tree is scared of the spirit. There we go.
All right. Next up is the tree. Remind me, Fear, I can't attack it, right? I have to move away from it.
I am pulling up frightened. Has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of fear is within its line of sight. Can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear.
Okay. Disadvantage on attacks or saves and what? Sorry?
Ability checks and attack rolls.
Okay. All right. Good to know. It is going to be its turn. And it's going to... try and snatch up little Harpy Harp there. Harp, go ahead and make me a dex save. Now that you can be seen. Excellent. You are restrained and grappled and pulled 5, 10, 15 into the tree as it again gets you and pulls you in. Let's see. And let me read this really quick. Great. And that is its turn. And it is now your turn, Harp.
Okay. She's going to... she's restrained, right?
Yes, and grappled.
And grappled. So she's going to... She's going to attempt to escape the grapple as her action.
Okay. Roll me dex or strength, whatever works for you, dude.
No, just
you
kidding.
You are still grappled. Any bonus actions that you would like to take at this time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonus action, she's going to go, all right, fine, and hold her tiny hand cannon and again fire it.
Great.
For 11 fire damage against the tree, unless it saves on its dex save.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I was like, how does this work? My tree has to make a freaking dex save. It's not great. Yeah, no, it rolled a 1 and it has a -1, so I literally got 0. Amazing. How much damage am I taking?
11 flamethrower damage.
Yeah, again, you light it up and it just rips up into the canopy of this tree, and the top of the tree is now actively on fire as it is not looking good. And from, let's see, how far is the range on this? Not close enough. You'll just hear a scream again from the trees as she demands to know why you won't leave. She didn't do anything, just leave. And now it is your turn, Eviopi.
Okay, I have enough movement to make it up to this pond.
Okay.
So I'm gonna run up there and again just insert my shovel into the ground, and the earth will drop with the pond, and I'm just throwing the vial lid off in there.
Okay. You're throwing the violin. Great.
Lid off?
Yes. I was waiting for you to say that because I'm like, this bitch just throws this violin here with this corpse still on. Yeah, no. Yeah, so you throw this open vial in, and the liquid arcs as it kind of is spinning in, and you hear again that ear-piercing shriek from the trees around you erupt as the liquid hits the pool, and there's the the sound of the liquid hitting the liquid is just. It's almost as if a gong goes off and there's a pulse from the pool as enough of this agent has been introduced to the water, and as it dips down, you see the pool, now that you're up close to it and can actually see it, is black and murky and strange. But as this other liquid touches it, it's like a golden light peels out from it and just warps through the water, cleansing it. It's you poured chlorine in a dirty pool. It just purifies it, and there's a shivering in the trees as a wind kind of breaks down and blows through the canopy, rustling the trees. Different bits of animals kind of knocked free, falling to the forest floor. And that shriek is rises, and then is cut off. Coburg and Harp, you would see this as the tree is letting you go. In the distance, you see the dryad loosely fall from the inside of the tree, unconscious as she plummets down and hits the ground hard over here. And then there is, again, a quiet about the grove, as all of the earth and roiling roots and everything just seems to come still. And then there's a song of a bird. And something responds. And something responds. And slowly, sound starts trickling back into the grove, as it seems that whatever was keeping life hidden, that threat has now been removed.
So as we are falling, I would say that Harp would probably, seeing everybody kind of like drop out of these like large trees, and like she would probably cast Featherfall to make sure there's no damage, but she doesn't necessarily want the dryad to die as well, so she would include that in the cast.
Okay.
And making sure that like nobody's taking damage on that fall, or that like it doesn't make her die or anything like that, so that we can talk to her.
Coburg will drop his invisibility and rush over to the dryad to see if she's safe.
Yeah, you move over, and as you see, she's laying on the ground, and her breathing, it's almost as if she's just gone to sleep. The blackness of the leaves around her head and on her horns is beginning to recede, and as it recedes, you see that her skin is more like a white of an aspen tree, and brilliant as it just kind of ebbs away, and more bark-like, less rot comes to her complexion, and she lays there sleeping.
She does seem to be getting better, but just to kind of help her along, I am just going to reach down and kind of place a hand on her shoulder and just be like, it seems there was a misunderstanding. So sorry. And I am casting life transference, so I'm just gonna funnel hit points from myself into her.
Okay. Hashek, what are you doing while everybody's kind of checking in on the dryad?
Hashek will wander over by the pool, take a look around. They seem to have that well in hand. The undead spirit and I will mill about over there and see if there's anything unusual by the pool.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
That is a roll. 15.
A 15. You look down into the pool, and the water is crystal clear. You can actually see your hand that you have removed, sitting on the bottom of the pool, kind of trying to like climb up the side and get out, but it's having difficulties because it is just a hand. But as you look down, you see the 2 vials that you brought, but you also see others. 4 or 5 others kind of littering the bottom of this pool, different from what you've brought.
of any kind of distinct look or anything besides just another vial? Or
Not really. It's just clear that someone else was putting something in here. And more than once.
my hand will dissipate into smoke and reappear at the end of my arm. And I'll join the
Perfect.
rest.
Awesome. You guys are overseeing the dryad, and after a while, she'll take a deep, shaking breath as she inhales in. And she'll open her eyes, which are still golden, and look at you and be confused as she pushes up off the ground and say, "Oh, who are you? Who are you?"
Calliope Agathis, Gravediggers Union.
Are you okay, miss? I'm Coburg. We had a bit of a tussle in the woods, though.
She looks over and sees the tree and all the destroyed ground and knits her brow together in concern. What happened? What happened? Are the guardians all right? Am I all right? The spring. She's going to go for it.
We cleaned the spring. It was maybe dirty. I don't know much about that, though. I came here for animal parts.
Animal.
Okay, well, yeah, so we were sent here to figure out what was going on in the woods and why all the dead animals in the trees. We came upon your spring and you were not happy about it. I have a feeling that maybe you were under spell, or you were poisoned, or you were something.
You said you were sent. Did Thane send you?
I mean, in a way, sort of, yes.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
I
Yes
think
and
Thane actually sent us somewhere else, but the little boy sent us here.
Yeah, Thane said he would pay us for the head of whatever was making people sick. Which doesn't, now it's like you, but you're not, so seems silly.
Thane sent you to kill me.
How do you know Thane?
You watch as confusion and hurt just splay out on this creature's face as she crumples to the ground, her eyes confused as she looks around and back up at you. You must be mistaken. You must be mistaken. That can't be right. That can't be right. Thane loves me. I've been protecting him. Why would he send you here to kill me?
Do you remember being really angry at us a moment ago?
She looks at the destruction behind you, her eyes confused. No, the last thing I remember is Thane being here. We sat by the spring and we enjoyed the night air. It was wonderful. And then he got up to leave and I fell asleep. I don't remember anything after that. You said that the spring was dirty. What exactly did you do?
Well, I poured some just cleaning stuff in there. It's fine. No need to be embarrassed. It happens. But yeah, it was a little dirty.
She's gonna get up and move over to the side of the pool and look down into it, confused. I don't understand. She will look up at you. Thane Netter loves me. I've been protecting him. He's owes a... I don't understand it fully, but it seems he owes a debt. A large debt. He needed something of value to pay it off. There was a group looking for him, looking for valuables. I protected him. I kept them here, lost.
Oh, the host. You know, I had almost forgotten about the host.
He came to see me. We would spend time with the trees. I would sing him their songs. And we'd sit by the spring. I don't understand why he would send you to kill me.
Living creatures tend to have like this obsession with money, and so if he got in a bad way with it, chances are that he maybe betrayed your trust in an attempt to pay back what he owed someone.
You said you were protecting him, but how did you do that?
People would follow him into the trees, a woman dressed in black. She would bring beings with her. I would always lead them astray so they couldn't find him. I kept him safe. Why would he do this? If I die, the forest dies.
Well, he owns a lot of land. Again, I think it's with the living creatures, the money thing. It's a big deal.
Perhaps it wasn't Thane?
I'm sorry. I'm apologize. My name, I'm sorry, you have clearly helped me. My name is Thymea. It's a, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Protecting me.
Well, there's people out in the woods still, and they're doing a lot of digging. And they might be coming looking for you. Or they might be really wanting to hurt you, though.
Oh, no.
I would guess it is the hungry woman from the inn.
She has dark eyes. Thane said that he owes her and her kind a debt. A great debt. She has come to collect it.
Does your pool do anything special?
Yes. It keeps the forest alive. So long as I am here with my guardians, the forest will never recede. It will always live. Protected. I am the forest guardian after all.
Don't know if that's the treasure they would be looking for.
The dryad's going to reach over into the pool and stretch her fingers down into the water. And you'll watch as her fingers kind of grow long and vinish as they collect items from the bottom of the pool and pull them up and have several vials in her hands. She'll look at them. Did you put all of these in here? And you will see that there are 2 that you did, but 5 or 6 that you did not.
Oh no, those 2 are definitely ours. I don't know what those others are.
Could you... I do not know the way of humans. Could you look at them?
Oh, of course. And I'm gonna just take them
Mhm.
and look at them. I don't know that I have any special skills that would go into bottle
Investigation. Yeah, just
emanation, but
investigation.
yeah,
Or
an
I feel like that's
18.
going to be the best. 18. Yep, perfect. As you're looking at them, you'll notice that what Hashek could not, because they were down at the bottom of the pool, you will see that they are a very similar make to the vials. All of the vials are a very similar make. They all look very similar, potentially that they came from the same place. And as you kind of look at them, you actually see on the bottom of all of them is a small stamp in the bottom of the vials, 3 claws, and it's on each of the vials.
It's 3 claws. I told you I did not like that man.
We should have killed him. So is what we're putting together that Mira is the problem or that Thane is the problem? Because to me it seems like we have the guy from Three Claws who's shitty and Thane who's obviously not great because he's been lying to this poor lady, poisoning the water to do what? What's he gaining through killing people though?
I would say that they want the land for money, but then they were also digging for a specific treasure.
And that's what the dark-eyed lady from the bar wants.
They thought
I
that
think
he was
so.
coming into the woods to hide things from them, treasures, items. The woman would follow Thane and try to seek out what he was hiding, but what he was really doing was killing me.
I guess so.
Whoever made this, it must have been very powerful. It must have taken time to make. I am no mere dryad. I am a forest guardian. It must have taken them a great deal of care to make such hate.
I'm going to guess it is the tavern keeper and Thane working together.
The question from here is, do we go directly back to town and kill them both? Or do we not?
I think that we should definitely go back to town and confront them. I think we should take some of these body parts and say that we slew the beast in an attempt to play them and get them through manipulation to tell us their secrets. And I'm gonna reach out and just, do you mind? I worry about leaving you alone here.
Oh, no.
And I'm just going to touch her on the arm and cast Death Ward.
Okay. You'll watch as the magic ripples across her skin, and again, her eyes will flare a little more golden as she looks at you. And looks back at her pool and the trees and the awakened tree that is laying there burned. And will look. I have not known the greed of men. Now that I do, my heart is broken, but I will be safe and fine. I will repair the damage that I have done and drive the dark ones from my forest. Thank you. If you find Thane, could you tell him something for me?
Yes.
Should he ever step into my forest again, I will hang him from his entrails by the old oak tree.
Oh.
Very good. And Aviope is going to make sure that she forgets to tell him that.
All right.
Harp will also forget to tell him.
Slips her mind.
And immediately hope that he goes into the woods.
All right. So you guys are headed back to town, yes?
Yes.
All right. You begin to walk back through the forest, making it's, and as you do, you feel the forest coming to life around you. Creatures coming out from hiding places, and you actually hear kind of some crashing the direction that you didn't go, where the orcs and werewolves are, and some screams that cut out as you hear the ground ripping up as you continue to move back into town. You reach the road and head south, moving quickly, and as you do, you see a lone traveler walking, no longer loaded with a pack. It is Phil Grayswift, and he turns to see you, haggard and dirty, and goes, "Oh, yeah, did you find the thing then?"
Aviope did what she said she was going to do and has gathered quite a large amount of entrails and body parts, which she did try to see if they would go back together, and they did not. And is just carrying a big stack of them. And we'll look at him. Yes, we did. But do not worry. We disabled it.
Okay. You gonna explain? You know what? Good work, I guess. You sure you don't want to? I guess we can collect your reward there from Thane. Get you paid.
Oh yes, we are going straight to Thane.
He's probably at the 3 Claw about now. It's poker night.
Oh, that seems very convenient.
Yeah. You seem, you alright? You seem a little... What's going on here? As he kind of stops and puts his hands out. You are all being very intense. This is a different tone than what I experienced.
It was just a very difficult fight.
I am
Yeah.
a leaf on the wind.
Wow.
Uh,
Too soon.
It's been 15 years.
Always too soon.
It's been 15 years, Luca. Let it go.
Always too soon. Let me get you back on the air, buddy.
Are you cursing my swift and sudden?
Phil will look at you all and say, well, all right, let's get on into town then, I suppose. And we'll join you as he walks into town, every once in a while just shooting you a side eye of like, what the fuck happened in those woods? You arrive at the Old Oak Inn, or not the Old Oak Inn, pardon, the 3 Claw Tavern.
Dear God.
And it is bustling because evening is falling. Dinner is folks coming in for dinner, and sure enough, the farmers are striking up a poker game at their table. You see Hal nervously darting back and forth behind the bar. Harp, with your perception, you'll notice that he does seem to have a fresh bruise on his cheek as he moves by quickly, and as he sees you enters, his eyes go wide, and he kind of looks to you, Harp, for any kind of confirmation.
I will wink at the little kid. But go back to being much more uncomfortably uncomfortably serious. And walk up to, well, how is the room situated?
So it's like if you walk in, there's rows of tables and the bars on the back wall with stairs to your right that go up. So it's like, think of like a big main open hall.
Okay.
And there's people bustling about. Bill's with you, kind of watching you, and he'll actually turn over and go, Thane, putting up a hand, and you'll see that Thane Netter is sitting at the head of this poker table, surrounded by some of the other farmers, with a hand of cards. Go ahead and everybody roll me perception as well, just to like see one other thing. Harp, you see this again, tucked away in a back corner, the dark woman, Mira. She is sitting at a table by herself, just staring at Thane Netter.
I will turn to a VIP. So do we talk to which of the three stooges are we going for first? Are we just anybody? Coburg, Hashek?
Viapes, I was going to speak to Thane first, but I think we should also make sure we have eyes on our tavern keeper friend. I do not like the bruises on the boy's face.
Yeah, no, he's gonna suffer for those. And then Harp's going to walk towards the back.
Okay.
Wherever the tavern owner is.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth check to see how quietly you can enter this back kitchen and catch him unawares. What's everybody else doing?
Walking up to the poker table with my armful of
vials.
Body parts.
Oh, body parts. Gotcha. Hashek, what are you doing?
Hashek will slide into an empty seat if possible and perch on it at the table.
Okay, and Coburg?
Poker.
You are muted.
One more time, the perception, you mean?
Yes. Or we've kind of resolved that with Harp.
Cool. So what do you
so Harp is trying to sneak back into the kitchen. Hashek is pulling, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll join Harp.
Okay, go ahead and roll me stealth then too.
Will do. Oof, that's an 8.
Okay. We're gonna resolve that first. So Harp and Coburg, you go to sneak it back into the kitchen. Harp, you had kind of shot a wink at Hal before, so as you go back behind the bar, he looks at you nervously, but nods as you continue through the door. You're not able to go quietly. You don't know that the right door hinge has this horrific squeak unless you open it just so. Then as you do, it screeches open and you hear a bellowing from the back room as Elret roars out, How many damn times I gotta tell you to watch that door, as he yells from deeper within and comes around the corner to see both of you standing there. What are you doing?
Harp will kind of like look at them and go, your presence is requested in the front and there is no questioning whether you're going or not.
The hell you say? What do you want about? This is my establishment. I'll do as I please.
She will hold at her side her hand cannon, and she will say, unless you want me to light the whole place on fire, you will walk out the front door of this place to the rest.
To assist this intimidation, Coburg is also going to ready his breath weapon.
The little crackle of a hearth glows in Coburg's chest. Harp, go ahead and roll me an intimidation check. At advantage because Coburg is assisting.
That's nice.
A 13. Yeah,
Whoops.
I mean, this is just a tavern keeper. So as he kind of looks at you and looks at the little dragon glowing, he'll mutter to himself, "I don't see what all the fuss is about, but all right, I'll come out." And he will nervously, like, he still has a little bit of that like swagger, like doesn't fully understand what's going on, but he's not about to be intimidated by no little robot as he follows you out into the main hall. Eviope and Hachette, what are you guys doing? You're at this table. Eviope, you've got all these different body parts.
I'm just gonna come and dump them in the middle of the poker table. Viscera going everywhere.
The farmers will cry out and kind of scoot away, and Thane will look up at kind of surprised and be like, "Whoa now, hey, whoa, we should probably take that out back. That's probably not sanitary for Elred's establishment. Is this, whoa, what is all of this?"
Hashek, reach over.
Oh, go for it, Hashek.
Hashek will reach over and put a stack of 5 silver coins in front of Thane. Go. Their name is Hashek. They've come to purchase your last words. 5 silver? For what? Just to be written in a little book. Last words. Last words? Why does it want to know if I have any last words?
You want to explain to me what this is there, miss?
As Hashek does this, I am just casting Spirit Shroud, and just forms, like ghostly dark forms of various undead, are just kind of marching up around me and going to stand around the table, and I'm going to look at all the farmers and just, "If you could excuse us, we would like to talk to Thane."
Roll me. You already have advantage on intimidation rolls, because of the good table that you received. But go ahead and roll me those. Roll me one more.
19.
Is that with
and
advantage?
then- No, let me
Gotcha.
try it.
Yeah, the 19 will do it. As you do this spirit shroud, and you look at each of these farmers in the eye, you watch as their skin just prickles over with goosebumps, and they all, no question asked, push their chairs back and get up and start booking it out of this tavern. Other locals are looking around confused, and you have Phil kind of by the door, like watching as people run out, and he's standing there just watching as this all happens, but he's holding his tongue. He's not saying anything, but he is confused. Thane looks at the silver and looks at Hashek and watches as all this happens. And just kind of, "Now what is the meaning of this? I said I would pay you, and if payment is of a concern, it shouldn't be. I'm happy to pay up if you were able to finish the threat in the forest. That shouldn't be a problem."
Oh, that's a lot, Hashek. Did you get all that? I'm sorry. Do you accept his offer?
I beg your pardon?
The
You take-
offer of the silver. Can he have your last words?
Is that gonna make this whole charade here stop?
Yes.
Well then, yeah, he can have my final words.
Okay. We defeated the issue in the forest.
Alright, well, what was it? If you don't mind me asking.
Betrayal. And greed.
He looks at you and you watch as the color drains out of his face. Say what?
Yep.
At this moment, can we have
Yeah,
Koberg and Harp bringing him from the back?
Yes, Elrit has
Okay.
now entered the room. He is watching his patrons leave, and now, what in the hell's going on out here? Thane, can you explain what in the hell is this? And Harp, because you were able to see her before, you shoot a glance over to the corner, and you see that Mira is still sitting at the table, feet up, grinning.
I think you should just have a seat right there at that poker table. Ma'am, if you'd like to join us, you're welcome to as well.
Oh no, I think my seat from here is quite fine. And as Thane hears that voice, his head snaps over as if seeing her for the first time, and another wave of fear passes over him. And she looks at him and goes, "Well, Thane, looks like somebody else is going to collect my debt before me. Unfortunate." He will look at all of you, just wide eyes, and say, "Now, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm sure I can find a way to explain it."
Oh, please, go ahead, try.
You see, there's a creature in the woods, and it was trying to grow out and take over our farmland. See, it was trying to keep us from prospering. Ain't that right, Elrit? And Elrit will kind of look around confused. What's going on? And Thane will, and I was taking care of it, see? I was taking care of it. At this point, Phil will take a step forward and say, what in the hell are you on about? Everybody go ahead and roll me perception.
Okay. I'm getting real close to casting stuff on these people. I'm just trying. I am legitimately trying to wait for some good last words for Hashek.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Same.
I hear you. Harp, you see that Thane is reaching into his pocket under the table, like as if he's trying to grab something. There was a threat, and I was keeping an eye out for my local community, and you'll hear from behind the bar a high-pitched voice call out, "They killed Nia!" As all the eyes turn over to see Hal, eyes wide and terrified from the safety behind the bar, tears streaming down his face. That stuff they made. They tested it. They had to know it was right. I heard Elrit talking about it. Shut up, boy. I heard him talking about it, and I didn't know. And they were testing it. They had to make sure it was strong enough. Couldn't go too quick. Couldn't go too slow.
That is all I needed.
You hear a bowstring be pulled taut behind you as Phil has his short bow pulled back with an arrow loaded in, aimed directly at Thane's head. "You explain, you son of a bitch."
Hashek pulls out a book and takes his quill, and writes down the name Thane and the Three Claw Tavern and the date, and looks expectantly.
I'm just gonna put a hand on this dude's shoulder, the tavern keeper, Elrit. And just say, "I think you've outstayed your welcome. And I'd like to cast Vampiric Touch on him."
All right. Let me look really quick at something.
He is also currently being held at tiny hand cannon point. So
Yes. And it does
Does it-
damage. That's that much damage, correct?
Yeah, basically, as I lay my hand on his shoulder, it'll become wreathed in shadow. And you will
Yep.
see the veins on his skin turn black, traveling up almost as if from blood poisoning,
Yep.
going up my arm as I am literally just sucking the life out of him.
As you put your hand on him, he'll look at you as if and go to say, get your hands off me. But as your hand touches and connects and that black spreads through his veins, you watch as it goes up the side of his face and he chokes out a single gasp as he cries out, forgive. And before he can even plead for mercy, he falls to the floor dead.
As this continues traveling up, her eyes will go black, and she will look at Thane and say, I am the sentinel at death's door, and you have abused your power. And that's my turn.
He sits there, trying not to shiver in his chair, and he'll look at Phil, and then over to Mira, who again is just waiting for the inevitable. And he'll look at the silver coins that Hashek has put in front of him, and then at Hashek. Make it quick.
Hashek will very carefully and deliberately write "make it quick" into his book.
And
then
before
scratch it
your
out,
quill
and
can
say-
lift up. Oh, go for it. Go for it.
scratch it out, and go. "Arr." Here I lay on my deathbed, hoping what I've done is worth remembering. But the truth is, there are some not worth remembering, and many who ought be forgotten. And I'll scratch it out.
As that happens, he will look up at you, angry tears quivering in his eyes, opening his mouth to make some kind of comment, but it is cut short as an arrow flies through the tavern and slams into his temple as Phil lets go of the arrow and kills the man who murdered his daughter. Congratulations, you have solved my murder mystery.
Ugh, my heart. It cannot take so much drama in one day.
very good.
Phil lowers his bow and turns to you. I sent you into those woods to find a monster. And boy howdy, as tears start streaming down his face, did you deliver? Hal comes barreling out from behind the bar harp to run into you and just hug you, terrified and afraid, begging over and over, I'm so sorry, I didn't know what to do, I'm so sorry. A few curious villagers will start to pour into the tavern. First Dove, who will see Phil with his bow and Thane dead in the chair. She'll look confused and move to Phil's side and try to comfort him as he then turns to everyone else and begins to relay the story. A dark figure in the back of the tavern smiles, lays down 2 silver, and stands, and heads out the back door. She turns back and looks at everyone, and shrugs, muttering to herself, better luck next time, as she steps out the back of the tavern. The town of Springsong was shattered by the death of an affluent farmer. Once again, you find yourselves at the side of a grave, though this time it's different. Instead of the soft, kind words offered as Balfam Copperhearth passed on to the next life, and Eviope talked of ants and rotting, you stand near two graves of two beings filled of greed and nothing else, consumed by their own debts, and paid the perfect price. Adventurers, tell me where you go from here. Is there anything you want to do before you leave the town of Springsong?
Are we gonna go in overlay order? Would that be
Let's do
easiest?
that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The Viapi is just going to find a quiet place in the cemetery and sit under a tree and feel the breeze. She normally doesn't try and take life, but more just guards the paths between life and death and undeath. But every once in a while, people unjustly take matters into their own hands. So she'll sit there in the soft breeze, communing with her god and finding peace in what she's done.
Hashek.
Hashek, before leaving Springsong, will walk up to Phil after all of this has happened, after the trauma that he's been through, that the entire town has been through. And Hashek, that frustration from before, starting to show a little bit again, will look up at Phil and go, "Death does not frighten me. Being forgotten does. 5 silver, just to be written in that book." And will hand 5 silver to Phil. And then turn the book around where Phil will see his daughter's name, Springsong, and the date. And Hashek, eager to hear and remember.
You watch as this man looks at his daughter's name, and he knows it's his daughter's name. It's the one word he knows and can read, because she made sure to teach him and teach him well. And he looks at it and he looks at you. She asked her dad to sing her a song. She asked me to sing her to sleep.
Hashek reverently writes that in to the book and looks deep into Phil's eyes. Promise me. Never let go of that promise. Remember me. And Hashek turns to leave Springsong.
Harp.
So Harp will collect Hal, still holding on to him, take him by the hands to the Tinkerer's, Steve the Tinkerer's home. Walk into the back door very comfortably, as if they have done this for years and years and years, because they have. And announce, Steve, I have a new apprentice for you, since I can't be here ever. And
Is that you, Harp? Oh, I was so hoping you'd stop by. Somebody tried to bring me some dreadful spinach puffs earlier, but I couldn't stand it. You don't happen to have Coburg with you with some of those delicious pastries now, do you?
Nope. Well, they might be out there. More importantly,
yes.
We'll
New
get you your
apprentice.
sweets.
New
Yes.
apprentice, who have you brought for me? Who's here?
This here is Hal. very smart, very quick,
Aw.
astute, good with his hands, I think. Handy
Yes.
in a kitchen.
Oh, that's well, let's see what he's got here. Come here, my boy. Do you see this? Now, you have to be very careful when you're wiring these kinds of things. You can't have things gaining sentience just left and right. It needs to be intentional. A true master knows how to manage what they need to do. So how about you sit here and you fiddle with this for a moment. And Steve will look at you, Harp, and grin, happy that you're here and home, immediately setting how to building a small self-drawn horse and carriage kit. And you will recognize it as it was one of the first things he ever showed you how to make. And he will shoot you a sly wink and say, yes. How do you feel about pastries, Hal? You like the sweeter things in life, I take it.
And Harp will quietly, as that conversation is happening, quietly exit out the back door. And head to wherever Aviope is. And seeing that they're sitting there kind of quiet, when you're done with your meditating, I think I owe you some graves and some pamphlet distribution. I didn't quite let you do that back there in the woods. I guess I could go help do that now if you'd like.
Of course, I can tell you all about our organization.
Yeah, you can. And Harp will sit there silently waiting for her to finish with her meditation until getting up. But...
No, she's already pulling pamphlets out of her bag, just ready to go. Very excited. Shoulder, shovel over her shoulder, heading into the forest.
Coburg.
Coburg is pretty simple. He's going to go back to the bakery. He's going to leave his he's going to grab a little more sourdough starter to make sure he always has enough fresh ready to go, and he is going to meet with Jeremy the baker to leave some recipes. He's been inspired by what Hashek said and decided that recipes are his reason to remember things, and those recipes should always be remembered. So he's going to leave a few that he has found on his adventuring travels with Jeremy, a few extra special sweet ones just for his many liaisons with his tinkerer friend. And when he's done copying those recipes over, he's going to head back out and go on the search for Harp because he has more adventures to go on.
As each of you step out of Springsong on the road leading to larger journeys, the trees seem to wave you goodbye and good luck. And some of you swear that you can see in the leaves above the figure of a woman as she waves. But as you guys try to squint, it's gone. And each of you step out, heroes, truly, onto the next one. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. Chat, you've been amazing. This has been By the Old Oak Tree. A little bit of lore. This was the second adventure I ever wrote. And we pulled it together for this crew, made a couple of tweaks. And it was a lot of fun to be run this again. This is one that I thought I would never run again. So thank you for this opportunity. Cass, go ahead and go around and tell the people who you played, what your parting thoughts are, and where they can find you.
Hi, I am Lukalok. I played Aviope Agathis, the half-drow grave cleric. And she is all about undead rights, and you can find more about that from her. She will gladly tell you all about it. I, however, am Lukalok, and I am a dungeon master, sometimes player, and design coordinator for TPK Roleplay. You can find me doing all sorts of stuff. The next thing I'm in is tomorrow morning, Blood and Grit, run by Zeke Gonzalez, right back here, at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. Pacific, I believe. And then it is Phoenix crossover on Monday, and then Harper Investigations, and then it just keeps going. Check the schedule, because I am doing a lot of things, playing in a lot of things right now. So just check it out. And we've also got the new Lord of the Rings 4-part miniseries run by Fazul, Shadow over Arnor, starting on the 21st. So come check that out as well. Over to whoever is HP.
I am Last Hit Point Hero, and tonight I played Hashek, the last word collecting Kinku. Fun fact about Hashek, the majority of their last words were either the real last words of historical people. For example, the fart and the woman that can fart, that was Madame de Versailles, who was born in the 1670s and 1720s, married a count. Those were her last words, according to her biographer, along with a few movie last words as well. I am going to be in the Stargate Phoenix crossover on Monday night. After that, a little bit of a break before the Tuesday after, back into Odyssey of the Dragon Swarm. Oathsworn. Dragon Lord, sorry. Oathsworn.
Oathsworn.
That's where I'm at for the time being. It's been a busy weekend. It is a busy weekend in the best possible way. On over to next on the list, Chrissy.
Yes, hello. I'm Chrissy Kritz. I played Harp, our very tiny Warforged. Where else can you find me? Oh, all over. Everywhere. Coming up, we have Tyranny of Dragons. I am also in Oath Sworn. I have to enunciate it because my lisp makes it sound like something that isn't the words that it's meant to be. Also, we have our Madness Calls It Forth game coming up, not this Monday, the following Monday. So that's exciting. Proper is dropping all the hints and things slowly. So that's terrifying. And yeah, that's about it for me. So you can check out TPK on their schedule, the whole 9 yards. Same rules apply as everyone else has stated. So check it out.
Last but not least, I am Proper Nerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game master, and designer. My current magnum opus, thank you very much, Chrissy, for mentioning it, is Madness Calls It Forth, a Knights of Paintown campaign. And that's coming up on the next Monday. Be on the lookout for more fun hints and tricks and fun stuff. If you enjoy storytelling games, check out Generational on itch. We have a whole list of games that are written by and created by TPK members, so check that out and play lovely games with friends. I will pass this back over to Sarah. I played Coburg, the Sourdough Dragon, today, and he was lovely. Thank you, Sarah.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you, all players. You were phenomenal. I adore each and every single one of your characters, and I cannot get enough of them, and this is the curse of the one shot. Hi, I'm Osarix Franco. I've been your GM this evening. If you like my face and the words I say sometimes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osarix Franco. I do a variety of TTRPG content, both here at TPK Roleplay and over at Nat20. Soon to be on Neon Lights Roleplay and maybe even, the Critical Miscords. So just keep an eye out. We've got the Stargate on Monday, Harper's on Tuesday. I'm in Against the Tides over at Nat20 on Wednesday. I'm GMing another one-shot that I wrote on the 23rd of this month. I have a campaign kicking off at the end of November run by the incredible The Nation of Joe that I am so stoked about, so stay tuned for more details on that. Last Time Around, which is a new Curse of Strahd campaign spinning up in December. You can check out some teaser character trailer content that we created on that YouTube channel. We have Murder and Coffee here in a couple of weeks, where I'm joined by the incredible Luca Locke. I'm also in Dark Echoes, and gosh almighty, we just have so much cool stuff going on. So make sure you check out all of the creators here, follow them on social medias. If you haven't subscribed to TPK Roleplay, what are you doing? Don't you want me to make you cry a little bit more? It was great. It was a good time. And with that, I just want to say thanks again to everybody. And just remember, being nice is pretty cool. And we are going to be nice right now and go raid one of our players who is streaming right now, the incredible DMF Saint. He is also in Stargate Basilisk. He's playing some Dead by Daylight. So let's go. Players, what should our raid thing be? What do you think?
A raid thing? What does that mean?
The message that we portray into the chat. You know what I mean?
I really want it to be
Sarah made us
5
cry.
silver to be written in that little book.
I do. Let's do that. 5 silver, chat. 5 silver. # 5 silver. As we go raid Saint, because that's amazing. And we bid you all good night. Bye, everybody.